Hello, 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 gamers, and welcome back to the virtual world, where tonight we are probably finishing Power Wash after so
Oh
much
no,
time.
we are. This is the last week of this. I'm putting my foot down on that. It's like, yes, there is more stuff to do. We have seen credits. We have seen in game. We are keep going because there's been enough fun DLC that we're both been like, yeah, I want to do that.
Yeah, well, see, the thing is, I found where those things I thought about, like I told you, the
Yeah, it's the bonus
like I
ones,
was
isn't
like the
it?
skating. Yeah, but they don't look like they're big, so I think they're small ones too. These are the ones that were the six-player ones that I had thought about making Kiku join us on.
These aren't even six. They're like the free play is six, but fucking
Well, they still look really interesting because they're in space and stuff. So you want to start with those and then just do the DLCs?
no. We are starting with the Warhammer one. I have been biting at the bit for this. We are getting this finished, if nothing else, tonight.
Oh, okay. Warhammer it is.
That I've been going through a Warhammer audiobook today, which
Sounds good to me.
oh my god, it's the book's called Lion, Son of the Forest, and it follows like one of the like demigod sons of the God Emperor, Lionel Johnson.
The names
Oh,
sounds so fake.
oh, every fucking name in Warhammer is that stupid. Like we're going to go over some of that today, but he's
Alright, it's on. You can join.
yep. He's nicknamed by the fan community as Captain Genocide because he is the pretty much the Axeman of the Emperor. Ooh, Land Raider. Oh, look at the guns. Fuck, look at me.
Dang.
We are Skitari.
Huh.
The
Interesting.
warriors of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
I was not expecting there to be. I was not expecting them to change this to guns.
Yeah. Oh, but
I mean, I'm okay with it.
yeah, but like I was saying, Lionel John, it's like he is probably like. Okay, what actually? What about? Oh shit! Like we just get like standard like Warhammer guns. Shit, like this doesn't. All right, that's cool as fuck. Like one of the lines, like so, like he's like one of the most like murderous, kill happy people in Warhammer, like as part of like the good guy, like quote unquote humanity good guys. And one of the lines they give him is like, all of humanity's enemies are my enemies, and all of my enemies will die. Just along lines of.
I wish I had more time to read like you do.
Well, I just listen to audiobooks, but
I've listened to a few audiobooks and I enjoyed them, but I find that I don't remember them as well.
I can understand that.
There's something special about actually reading.
Yeah, I wish I had time for that, honestly.
You do.
I gotta do other stuff when I'm at work.
Like what?
Watch
ahead and tell
anime.
me. Oh, yeah, okay. Uh-huh.
Hey, I have a podcast I gotta do that for. There's a lot of shit.
Dude, you're full of crap. You
I'm
can
not-
like an episode of anime if you skip the intro and stuff, which you can do after the first episode. It's only like 20 minutes. You can
Yeah.
literally watch 3 episodes in an hour.
Okay, but watch 3 episodes of something you don't like.
I can do that easily. I've done that hundreds of times, thousands of times.
Yeah, and you have to keep up with it's like also, but yeah. On side note, or this is a fucking Land Raider fucking tank. Woo! For the Ultramarines. Yeah, if there's a Warhammer fake name. This tank is for the faction called the Ultramarines.
I mean, it sounds awesome.
Also kind of known as the Smurf Village.
For Village?
Well, yeah, what color is the tank?
Blue.
Yeah, that's what their color of their armor is.
I mean,
Imagine if Master Chief was this color solid.
to be fair, you can actually change, like, not specifically the Chief, but in the multiplayer, you can pick your own Spartan color.
Yeah, but that's like fun multiplayer stuff. Like, that's just, we were just fucking around. This is what they canonically look like at all times.
Stupid. Got it.
Yeah, but they're the Ultramarines. Fuck, there's like a... Oh, what was it? Was there like a... this is a like undercarriage thing here. There's this old story of like... I don't remember what it's in, but it's an excerpt from a little bit. Like the Primarch of the Ultramarines, Rabut Gilliman, was like they were getting ready for a pre-battle inspection, and he comes across one of his sorry, I was trying to move something there. One of his troops just polishing a helmet that's already been polished to like an absolute sheen. And this turns out to the Space Marine, it's like, don't you think you're trying a little too hard there, son? Space Marine looks up to him. Sir, we're Ultramarines. Trying too hard is what we do. Carry on.
Pretty sure you told me that last week.
It would have been last week, but it probably was before when we were going over War. See, you do remember Warhammer stuff. It's sinking in. The osmosis is working.
It's not that it's sinking in. It's that despite what people think, I actually do listen to people. I just tell them that I don't. Because then there's no expectations.
Yeah. I don't know. It's fun. This is probably the faction that you would get into the most, I would think.
Well, I know that like that's kind of like what the Helldivers are, and I haven't played Helldivers, but I got recommended on YouTube. I got recommended a Helldivers song, and I've been listening to it a lot. It's pretty crazy.
Oh yeah, the Helldivers, like the media stuff coming out of that's been real fucking good. I'll definitely give you that bit.
He was like one of Jonathan Young's songs. I don't know if you know who he is.
Oh yeah, I listen to him all the fucking time.
Yeah, speaking of which, did you see that Nate Wants to Battle is retiring?
He hasn't put out anything in a while, I don't think either.
That's because he sold all of his music. He sold the rights to it all.
I can believe that.
Yep. He's basically like, yeah, I'm basically done with this. He's tired of like the YouTube life. Well, mostly he says like, he streams because everybody streams. And apparently because he's a hardcore Pokemon card collector, he has a second channel where he just like posts like his uploads of that. Him doing that, I guess, him with his wife. If you might even know who his wife is, Christina V.
No, I don't think I know that one.
She's an anime voice actor and video game voice actor.
I might know of her if I've heard her then.
Have you played Blaze Blue?
Oh, she's not Noelle, is she?
The one with the long guns.
Yep, that's Noelle. Yeah, I know who she is.
Yep, that's Nate Wants to Battle's wife.
That fucking figures.
I've seen a really good singer. Actually, when I was at a anime con once, she had a concert and we went to it.
Yeah, that's kind of why I was like, it's fucking Noelle, because I specifically know that voice actress like does a lot of singing. It's like, of course he got like a musical wife too. It's which.
I mean, it makes sense.
I know it's like. Oh, did you see the step ladder?
Yeah, I did. When I first started in here, I was like, "What is that? Is that like what the footstool thing?"
Yeah. So the faction we are is the Adeptus Mechanicus, or the Cult Mechanicus. As you can like turn around, like look at their like, that's their office basically behind you.
Yeah.
Which, okay, yeah, that's cool. Also, all the augments you see on us, we're not wearing helmets right now.
Jeez. That is concerning.
Well, you see, Skitarii, like the cult Mechanicus, worships knowledge itself. So, not as stupid of a cult, but so the Skitarii, who are basically just like their workforce, and like not like priests or anything like that, to better help with their collection of data for the priests, they have their eyelids removed and replaced with lenses, so they're recording everything they see at all times.
That's almost like, what's it called? They had that one race in Doctor Who that like where they cut off their heads, the headless or something.
Oh, the Silent Knights.
Yeah. Like, they cannot be reasoned with, they cannot be spoken with. And they also don't do anything.
Yeah, no, I remember that. The other thing is I think I might have told you this one, but like the like right to repair, or that thing of, nope, you can't fix it yourself or call a guy. You have to send it into us or it'll void the warranty.
Yeah, that's a thing that does not that's a thing in Japan that, like, I think they don't do.
Well, that's a thing in America. It's a big thing in America.
Yeah, but I think that's something that doesn't even, like, that's like a big concern in America. I think in Japan it's like it's illegal. Like, you can't do it yourself.
Oh, like you can't actually fix stuff yourself there?
I believe so.
Okay, yeah, in America, like, we're trying to get rid of that because it's very... Like, if you ever wonder why we don't have, like, why the McDonald's ice cream machine was always broken, that's why.
Oh, I actually know the reason to that.
Yeah, that's why. It's part of that whole shit, because it's a fucking monopoly.
It's not even just that. The way they designed it in a way to make it so that you can't fix it without calling someone, because they have, like, special codes and locks. And when people figured out how to break through that, McDonald's tried suing. How dare you not call our people to fix the ice cream machines?
Yeah, because McDonald's owned the repair. Like, a lot of the McDonald's shareholders owned the company that did the repairs.
Oh, I know. McDonald's doesn't make money from food. They make money from real estate.
Yeah. But so basically that whole right to repair has turned into a religion in 40K in the Imperium.
Jeez.
Like, the cult Mechanicus is the only ones who can work on machinery.
That's dumb.
So when you clean it like this, that means you have to have a member of the Adeptus Mechanicus doing it. Or it'll be tech heresy, and you can be executed.
Someone who has to deal with, like, who does repairs on stuff, and I have to, like, firsthand experience how bad certain, like, I'm saying the name. Dell sucks ass, and they make everything so much harder to repair than it needs to be. It should not take 40 goddamn screws to take a freaking keyboard out. Go to hell, Dell. I will not buy your crappy ass products ever again. Like, I'm just replacing a single key. Not shipping it to you to do that.
Yeah, most of the brands that advertise feel like shit. Although, I will say this: fuck Apple.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I love it when people try to defend Apple so much. It's just like, go fuck yourself.
The only thing I can say for Apple is, like, their high level security is nice, but their security actually interferes with my work security. So when someone doesn't do what we ask them to do, which is 100% of the time, and they mess up their Apple products, I have to get on the phone with Apple, prove that our district bought this damn thing, and then I have to then just get to unlock something because someone had to put in their Apple ID, couldn't be bothered to log out of company products, and quit their job. Freaking Apple.
Yep. It's the same if you're a programmer. Fuck Apple.
What's the problem with Apple for programmers?
They're a lot of computer languages you can somewhat mesh up with each other or get them to work with each other. Apple, you cannot. It will absolutely not run with anything that isn't Apple proprietary. That's why so many games get locked in like the Apple store. You don't see Apple support. It's just like it's impossible to fucking work with it.
Oh, see, like I know that that one Ninja Turtles game came out on Switch just recently, the roguelike.
Yeah.
And so I have the comic book that's the tie-in, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to play this. And then I was looking for it on the iOS store, and it's like, oh, it's an Apple exclusive. I'm like, God damn it.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, with the Nintendo like mini direct, it's like, oh, well, you can play it that way. It still doesn't look very good, but
it looks
try it anyway.
It looks like a basic beat 'em up in a roguelike fashion. So,
I mean, to be fair, so me and Kiku had played this game called Rampage Knights, which was an indie game, and it's to my knowledge, it's the only like beat 'em up roguelike, which considering how like repetitive beat 'em ups can be, it feels like a roguelike is the perfect thing to spice them up. And yet only that one only that one indie title has done it. And it's like, huh.
And Turtles.
Now Turtles, but this was like made in 2016.
Well, you know, like I think you were saying it before, like the AAA and big game industry doesn't know how to do small games anymore, and they barely know how to do big games. It feels like. So, like, there is no innovation coming out of AAA games anymore.
See, there's a thing. I feel like that's not the triple game devs' fault. I feel like the devs could do all of those things easily. It's the freaking money people in charge that are like forcing their hands. Because Baldur's Gate. Did you see the thing where they mentioned Baldur's Gate 4? Oh
yeah, they're getting another company to do it.
Yeah, because they pissed off the team that did the first one, saying because they wanted to do things their way, and they're like, well, this isn't like taking the customers for all they're worth, and they're like, yeah, we don't want to do that. We want to pay this game the respect it deserves, and they didn't like that, so the company said, no, the hell with you guys.
Well, so the thing was Wizards had been producing Dungeons and Dragons games for a while. And they all suck. Like, they just fucking suck. Like, on every fundamental level. Because they're all...
I like the beat 'em up one on arcades. That's fun.
I think that one's a bit older. Because, like, every console game I've been seeing has been like, oh, this is like a live service. Or this is like an action game with, like, a more unlockables. Like, yeah, it's like... they're trying to get into that make money grind fest. And it's just like, every time you do it, like the people you get to do it are just uninspired because they know what they're making is just bullshit, and you don't give them the time or the effort, so it's generally buggy. Like the only reason Larian got away with doing Baldur's Gate 3 like they did was because Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 is a property from the fucking 90s, and they were like, nobody's going to care about that. It'll never sell well. It's got a 3 on the end of it for a franchise this old.
Yeah, well.
And on another note, the CEO of Wizards Entertainment, the guys who own it, just got fired, so...
it's bad when the stockholders are like, you guys just threw away a money-making company.
Oh, they didn't own Larian. Larian was just contracted to do it.
Yeah, but they pissed off the money-making contract company.
Yeah.
Like, it takes a lot of effort to fire a CEO.
Well, they had been fucking up for a while. Like, not just like, it's the CEO of Hasbro too, and they have been fucking like Hasbro's been losing money. Like,
yeah, because they're pissing everyone off.
Yep, constantly, nearly too.
It's like wasn't it the one of Hasbro's? He's like, I'm looking forward to replacing all of our artists with AI. Even though the whole thing with especially like Dungeons and Dragons and stuff, it's like the whole thing is about how it's homegrown. People love that that type of stuff, and you just want to turn it you just want to corporatize it all.
Oh, did you ever hear about the big fuck up they did like a couple years back?
No.
Okay, so when the people who originally I think I might have told you this last time, but the people who founded Wizards of the Coast were making like Dungeons and Dragons, they specifically put into their contract and like released it out there, like in perpetuity, Wizards will never try to claim any independent game system or story-based system developed while playing our game.
I recall you telling me that actually last week.
Yeah, and that CEO said, "No, we're going to remove that. It's going to be an update. We're going to get rid of that. We're going to start owning these systems and stuff like that." It's like, wow, way to make your entire fan base that's built off of building and making communities jump ship. Oh, the thing I really got a kick out of when that happened is, so Dungeons and Dragons' biggest competitor is a system called Pathfinder. The week they did that, my entire state sold out of every Pathfinder support book in main rule book. Dang. Because the entire community said, "Fuck you. Here's money to your people. Here's money to your competitors." Like, I went into Barnes and Noble and like there's a role playing section and a D&D section next to each other, just because D&D is supposed to be that big.
Yeah.
The D&D section is full. The RP section is empty. Just like, fuck, man. Like, D&D nerds are more spiteful than I fucking gave them credit for.
It's kind of funny.
Here's the thing. It's like, if you could get into the systems, I think you would love a D&D game. But just from how much creativity you can have with it. And like all the people who are doing that just absolutely love it. No, actually, you know what you would love? I think you would love running a game.
No, I wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't.
Well, here's the thing. It's all
my old roommate used to run games, and I got to see what he would do to run it. I've actually known been friends with multiple people who would run those things, and I got to watch what they did to run these things, and it's like, I hate everything about it.
I thought you liked writing scripts and all that stuff.
Yeah, but I'm very slow at it. Like, extraordinarily slow at it. It's also, I'm not really that interested in those kind of worlds, so...
Well, no, that's the thing. When you write it, you write the world you want to make.
Yeah, but you still have to follow certain rules so people can play.
Yeah, you have to follow game mechanics.
Yeah, well...
Like, okay, what kind of game would you like to build? Like, what kind of world would you want to build?
Probably just be like some kind of anime world. Not so much the fantastical stuff of, like, D&D and things like that.
Yeah, there's, D&D, I don't know if D&D specifically has it, but that's the thing. Like, there's enough support systems out there that are made specifically to run that. Fuck, I
remember seeing a Pokemon D&D one time.
Oh yeah, those are a dime a dozen. But it was one thing I was like going. I don't remember if I sent it to Prez or I got it from him. But it's a system specifically designed to build magical girls and Sentai characters.
Jeez.
To the point where like you could like have your magical beast. You like, all right, what kind of high school student are you, or middle school student are you? Are you the jock? Are you the nerd? Are you like all this stuff? And you would get like all these different bonuses and stuff for stuff like that. That's the one thing I kind of dislike most about D&D's own reputation is a lot of people think, oh, it's this fantasy, Dungeons and Dragons world. No, it's whatever the fuck you can think. Warhammer has several RP books, like it's systems for each faction even, where you can sit down and play on the tabletop. Would you like to play a kill teams, a team of elite like Space Marines, collected from all the different chapters and warriors from across the Great Imperium, hunting Xenos? Or like the game that just came out, would you like to play a rogue trader? A kind of merchant, kind of space pirate who goes out and deals with like uncharted waters in exotic Xenos to help either, scout out for the Imperium's later advances or just get rich themselves. Or maybe they're just or it's a family business and they're just in it for the glory and in it for the fucking the thrill of it. Like I remember specifically in that system, there's a type of it's like a pet squirrel monkey thing. Like a lot of rogue traders will just randomly keep them as pets. The reason being, that no one's able to determine why, but at some certain point, the thing will spontaneously mutate into an 8-foot tall killer gorilla and try to kill everyone around it.
That's not random.
It's 40k. There's a lot of weird shit like that. So the rogue traders just have this for the opportunity of when it goes berserk, they get to fight a giant gorilla, and it can happen at any time.
People are weird.
Oh yeah, speaking of weird things, I heard you finished Braven.
Oh, yep, I did. So I think it was like last Saturday. I started watching it while I was eating, and it got to the point where I was like, all right, I'm just gonna finish this because I want to know the answer to these mysteries.
So what'd you think about the answers?
They're kind of dumb. So, I didn't have a problem with what it was, but it's also the concept where there's a massive paradox going on.
A bootstrap paradox, to be specific.
Yeah, it's basically. So, how did this happen the first time?
It happened that way the first time.
How did it happen that way the first time?
The way you saw it did.
It can't. So, how could Bravern show up if Smith Smith had to go back in time the first time? But how could that happen? The very, very first time there wouldn't have been a Bravern.
But there was.
How?
Time. That's what makes the bootstrap. That's the bootstrap paradox. It's like, you know what a bootstrap paradox is?
No, but I can assume what it is based on what you just said.
All right, I'm going to go with the Doctor Who explanation on this one because it's the simplest. So say you like an artist or somebody like your favorite musician or something from way back in the day, and you want to meet this person. So you get yourself a time machine and go back in time and try to meet them.
Mm-hmm.
You go back to the area where he was supposed to be born, all this stuff. Nobody's there. Nobody has ever heard of this person. Nobody knows who you're talking about. So what you do is you take all the music you brought with you and go and live that famous musician's life, inspiring yourself to go listen to the music.
Yeah, that's what I figured it was.
Which brings in the question, where'd the music come from?
Yep. I do not like those kind of paradoxes. Because it always creates that stupid loop of exactly that. It's how did this happen?
See, I kind of like the bootstrap paradox because it leaves you just enough mystery of wait, no, that's not how that works. No, get back here. Get the fuck back here to explain that.
Yeah, but they didn't explain it. Actually,
Yeah.
they barely explained anything.
Yeah. But you gotta admit, that was one hell of a bombastic ending, though.
Yeah, I mean, I like how I liked how what's her name? Blue-haired girl. Can't think of it now.
Yeah, Sarah or something.
Lulu.
There.
I like how Lulu messing with time changed things again, but the way she changed it made sense.
Yeah, because hers wasn't a bootstrap paradox. Hers was just a standard timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly.
Yeah, see, I liked that because it created a cool change to the story to that world. So I really liked that. But the fact that they also didn't really so I get that the robots were the 7 deadly sins and they existed for the sake of gathering
dying
knowledge for this, for that other being. but they never explained where these things come from, why they're doing that. Like, it took forever for their wish to even be understood, which I was okay with, but I don't know. It feels like they should have explained a little bit more.
Yeah, the thing is, it's what Bravern was. It was a bait and switch because when you first started, it looks like a real robot show, and it was kind of advertised as a real robot show, but it's not. It's a
It's a Sentai style. I mean, I get that. That's fine.
It's a
But that doesn't.
yeah, it's a super robo.
I get it, but that doesn't mean just because it's Super Robo doesn't give you an excuse not to actually explain anything.
That's kind of what the super robo trope is. There's like, oh no, these evil aliens showed up to try to conquer Earth. Why? Because they're evil. Now watch the giant robots fight. That's why Super Robo is not like is done as much anymore.
I feel like it's like, you know, Super Robo, freaking Gurren Lagann was technically a Super Robo, and they explained why the freaking enemies were doing what they were doing.
But they didn't explain that until they got to the real Robo era. Because remember, Gurren Lagann is only a Super Robo up until Kamina dies.
I mean, they still explain it at some point anyway. I don't give a damn if they were showing every single era. They still did it. They still explained, so...
Because that's the updated era.
Well, I can see why Super Robos have been fading away if they're not going to explain... if they're just using Punch Robot, but they're not going to explain any of the story. It gives people nothing to be invested in.
Yeah, that's why Bravern worked. It was a short, fun romp.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with fun. It's just like the fun goofiness of it all. It's just like, explain something. You created this scenario that's really weird, and I want to know why it's happening.
Yep, no, I can completely understand that. It also used to be a thing, like, old Super Robos would run for 50 episodes. And Bravern does not work as 50 episodes.
It does not. I mean, I like the Twist Smith being Bravern.
Like I said, that's why it's like it's the best gay romance, but not the way you think it is, except it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's the funny thing is you can go back and watch a second time. And there's like Bravern like does all these weird shit like you don't completely understand. Because like I remember like in the boxing match, I went back and watched it. It's like Bravern's like, oh yeah, no, Smith's just really shy. Like he won't even show his armpits in a like the shared bath after he shaves. And like his friend's just like, wait, how the fuck do you know that?
Yeah, I remember that. I was wondering about that for a little bit.
It's like, how the fuck does he know so much about everybody here?
Yeah, see, well, that's the whole reason. So they were doing that. See, the whole time in the beginning for a while, I was thinking that Bravern was actually a villain.
Yeah,
It's like because when they started talking about their wishes, I was under the impression that maybe Bravern was like was evil and his wish was to be like a hero, and they were sacrificing humanity for they were destroying the world so Bravern could be the hero and stop them. And that was his wish.
yeah.
That was my original thought, that it was going to be like this big traitorous thing. But then I was sitting there thinking to myself, okay, well, if that ends up being the case, how would they even stop him?
Yeah. But no, the
truth was way weirder.
Yeah. Oh, here's the best part. When you realize, you know how Bravern's always acting so weird around like the brass and like the high command guys? Like he acts especially obnoxious. That's him fucking with his boss.
You know, I didn't really think about that. I just thought he was just because he's weird.
Well, he is, but imagine if you could go into work as somebody completely new and everybody had to respect and look and like be like you come in, it's like the new big boss, but nobody knows it's you. How much would you just fuck with everybody?
Probably not as much as you'd think. And I can only think of like one person I would probably do that with.
Yep. I also wanted to ask, now that we're doing that, I got this thing clean. What do you think of the Warhammer, the Space Marines heavy battle tank?
I think it has way too many goddamn crevices.
Yeah, I know what's coming up next. It's
I mean, it's fine. It's just like I was sitting there going, like, some of these these little like screw hole crevices are really hard to get. Even with like the little piercing thing, they're really hard to get.
Yeah.
It's like, why? If anything, the water should be jumping in there easy and hitting it. This should not be high. I don't even know what the hell I'm supposed to be hitting here. There we go.
None of this opens, right?
I don't know, does it?
Oh, there it is.
The headlights, smoke launchers, inner track.
The inner track's like left here. I don't know. Yeah. But
What the heck am I missing on these headlights?
there's one smoke launcher.
I am spraying these headlights, and I don't know what the heck I'm missing.
It's this side.
Okay. Inner track armor?
It's this thing over here. Like, I don't know what the like over here. All right, whatever. Yep. I think this is a Land Raider Redeemer. Or sorry, Lands Raiders Redeemer. So it's a little bit ongoing joke that all vehicle, like everyone, the Imperium doesn't make vehicles. They find blueprints, and whoever finds it gets to name it. One of the people who's found more things than anyone else is a man called Arkan Land.
I remember you mentioning this last week too.
Yeah. Oh, Dreadnought.
But it actually looks a lot easier.
I think it's the there's actually a guy inside of this right now. Oh, this is a Dark Angel one too. Sweet. The first Legion. The Legion who serves the Lion. The Dark Angels.
Things don't overlap as well as you would think.
What?
Like calling them the Dark Lion, but they focus on lions, but they are
No, they're a knightly order.
Like angels, but with
They're an order of like knightly warriors. So when I say like the lion, think like a medieval warrior called the Lion.
Still kind of lame.
Yep. Which they got a lot of cool stuff about them, because their whole thing is like, while other chapters might be specialized in like diplomacy or logistics or anything, they're the guys you bring in when you just need to kill stuff. It's like, there is no diplomacy, there is no reasoning, there is no retreat. Go in there and murder everything until all of humanity's enemies are dead.
Some problems can be solved with the scalpel, some problems need the sledgehammer, and they're the sledgehammer.
Oh no, the sledgehammer would be the Imperial Guard. They are the all right, there's reason, there's diplomacy, and then there's just killing the fucker.
So they're the monsters. Got it.
No, they're the monster hunters. because remember, it's also the 40K. It's not like, oh, this is like a like friendly weird aliens. This is fungus that has the power, has weaponized imagination that wants to kill people. Go kill it. Go kill them all.
Oh, I figured out how to beat them. Make the orcs have date office jobs. That'll kill all their imagination.
Okay, you're gonna. I think you might have. When we finally do Shoot with Blood and Teeth, I think you're gonna have fun in that game. Well, you play as orcs.
I'm trying to think of any games I've played that's like that. And my brain is. I cannot think of it. Or I played something where you can play as orcs.
Well, okay, it plays like fucking like Metal Slug or
Ooh, I love Metal Slug.
What was that game you and Kigu beat a little while back? Gunstar Heroes.
Ah.
It's
a running gun.
It's in that genre, so yeah.
Yeah, running gun.
Yep.
The Contras, stuff of that nature.
Yep.
You love me some. I mean, hell, I know the new Contra just came out a little recently.
I don't trust Konami with anything anymore.
Oh no! Apparently, this new one is really good. I've seen a bunch of like reviewers that I trust their opinions on it.
Yep.
Say nothing but good things.
But no, I was gonna say what these things are. So, Space Marines, besides being like standard, genetically enhanced super soldier warriors. They live for combat, and when one of them gets like a mortal wound or something like that can't be healed, what they do instead is they put them on permanent life support in what's called, I think it's called the Black Coffin. And then if you like come up here, you can see like where it plugs, or this thing, where one of the Black Coffins slide into it. So instead of retiring you out or letting you die, they put you on permanent life support, then put you in a giant robotic body and keep you in suspended coma until you're needed to go kill stuff.
Well, that's just called efficiency. Don't give the series stop giving corporations ideas.
Oh, that's like if I said, if Warhammer ever manages to break into basic pop culture, we be fucked. It's gonna be fucking weird. Although, I'm so pissed off. Like, the community is just angry right now. There was a minor not controversy that a bunch of people from outside the community are jumping on, and everybody inside's just like.
Are you talking about that thing with the women being a part of something?
Yeah. How the fuck did you heard about that bullshit?
Yeah, it was covered on the Philip DeFranco show.
Yeah, so okay, lore-wise, here's the thing, like general Space Marines, like the Imperial Space Marines can only, even Chaos Space Marines, I'm 90% sure, can only be men. It's like the way the genetic enhancements, all this stuff works, it can only be men. Which, okay, it's, a very weird lore bit, but, Warhammer also has, like, a handful of, like, all-female factions, too, so it's not a big deal. It's not, like, a crazy big deal. The Sisters of Battle are a terrifying thing. So what they did is there was also a sub-faction. It's called the Adeptus Custodes, or the Custodians. These are the personal guard to the God Emperor himself. And they've generally always been referred to as Battle Brothers, the Sons of the Emperor, stuff like that. Always been given like a, male pronouns in whatever the lore they're fitted in. But unlike the Space Marines, they were never stated to be all male. They were just always referred to as all male. So in one of the updates in the newest codex they just released, there's 2 paragraphs about a female custodian that does a bunch of stuff. And that pissed off all of the people you think it would. And such a big majority of the Warhammer community has just been like, shut the fuck up. We don't care. It's like, it's cool. We don't care about, like, we have an entire faction of crazed battle nuns who wield flamethrowers. Your argument is invalid.
Yeah, but they need ammo to piss everyone off because rage works as great clickbait.
Oh, it's... Oh, I just... I hate how this is how a lot of people are getting introduced to Warhammer right now. Because there's going to be a lot of stuff in here that's going to come off as extremely bad right off the bat. Like,
people just ruin everything in general. That's what they do.
Well, it's like this Dreadnought, it's supposed to be bone white because it's representing a fallen warrior. It's part of the Dark Angels chapter, are all like, they're like almost black green, covered in like swords, like, what was it, like if you come here, like look at his like right knee, this is their insignia. And they're also covered in skulls. And the community has aptly dubbed their Primarch, their supreme leader, as Captain Genocide for just how killy he is.
You like being killy.
Well, like I said, in a universe where you have ancient Egyptian zombie space robots whose only goal is to go full Terminator and kill all organic life, having a guy that's there to just murder anything out to kill humans is kind of nice to have around,
Yeah.
How far can we walk in here?
What's that?
Oh shit! Like we can still move around. I'm just kind of exploring right now. Apparently, there's a whole thing over here we can go to. There's no walls in this. There's no invisible walls here, man. Oh fuck! That's cool as hell. Hey man, come over to the window.
What window?
All right, here.
You have to be more specific. There's multiple windows.
Yeah, I know. I was coming back to the Dreadnought to show you.
My assumption is that this whole area is going to be...
Yep.
You can't put out the fire.
Yep, over here, man. That's Mars. So, like, that's the Mechanicus' holy planet.
Oh, damn.
They built a skull fortress you could see from orbit.
Makes sense. My assumption is that this whole area is going to end up being filled with stuff that we're going to clean.
Yeah, I can see that.
Because it would seem like as cool as it is, I would not build this whole area of the game just for it to do nothing, you know?
Hopefully.
I mean, it's cool, and I give it like props and stuff like that. Like that's dedication to the thing, but it also that's a lot of time and effort into something that doesn't need to be done.
They might have also reused these assets from other games, because no franchise puts out more video games than Warhammer.
Which is weird when you think about it.
No, it's very fucking weird. It's extreme. Well, it's like How many? All right, what the fuck do we have left in this damn thing? Like, Warhammer has a game in every fucking genre.
Even Mario doesn't have that.
And it's absolutely fucking nuts. Like, do we get to count this DLC as a game in this genre? I'll kind of leave that one up to you.
What is this genre? This is still just a first person shooter. The first person shooter dad game, but it's still a first person shooter.
All right, I'll give you that. But they've got RTSs, they have run and guns, they have... You know what? They don't have a management sim, I'll give them that. They have a fucking... God, they have the only good space naval warfare game I've ever played. Battlefleet Gothic is goddamn amazing.
It sounds like they shouldn't be pissing everyone off then.
The problem is like, okay... Like,
Born battle tank?
oh, we're gonna do a Rogel Dorn. Okay, so 2 of the Primarchs have tanks named after them. Rogel Dorn, and Lehman Russ. Rogel Dorn.
We're in the same place. Hold on.
Yep.
I want to see if the mech we just cleaned is over here still.
Yep. Probably not. It's like, I don't know, but here's the other thing. It's like, if you had to look into this place, would you say that this is the good guy faction?
No, not really.
Oh, you mean all the red gothic horror and skulls everywhere doesn't scream the good guys?
I mean, you shouldn't judge book by its cover. So yeah, it looks like so I was right. They're just like they built one big place. It's kind of a shame that they're not
keeping all the other pieces floating around.
Yeah, like getting to fill it up as you go.
Yep.
That would be kind of cool.
Okay, so the Imperial Fist are another one of the major factions of Space Marines. Their specialty though is defensive warfare. If you need a faction to just hold the fucking line, Imperial Fist are known for building defenses incredibly fast, incredibly durable, and just being the most stubborn assholes you can imagine. Like, the first thing they do when they train people is like, all right, we're going to push you until you break. Like, until you get so mad at me, you actually try to take a swing at somebody who is literally 3 times your size. And they consider that just to be a rite of passage. Because
Did
the
other tell them that?
What? No. I'm going to push you until you want to kill me, and then I'm going to give you weapons.
That seems like the worst time to give someone weapons.
Well, okay, after they try to kill you, but... Like, I'm not going to arm you until you've tried to kill me, pretty much.
Like, thank you for the gun, sir. Bang. Problem solved.
Oh, it's part of initiation. The other thing that the Imperial Fist are known for is their... I don't want to say fury, because there's a lot of other factions that are, like, anger is their thing. But, you know, like, that deep-seated, like, pissed-off hatred? They're not incredibly vocal, but that guy will just do everything in his power to fuck you over at every opportunity he gets.
I guess so.
Like, he's just going to sit there and hold a grudge until he doesn't, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I mean, I can picture what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's also the Imperial Fists. They do not forget. They do not forgive. They merely dig in more.
Every single thing here is creviced.
Yep. Although they got one of the coolest spaceships, I'll give them that much. The Phalanx. Just this giant, like, it's almost the size of a fuck. It's like, Death Star like size. And it's like
That's too big. Nothing should ever be Death Star sized.
That's only
that's a planet.
That's only slightly larger than average in the Imperium.
How has nobody won any of these wars yet?
Oh, the Imperium wins a lot of wars. The problem is their enemies, the enemies that are left, don't fucking like. They don't tend to stay dead, or they're hard to pin down.
That means they're bad at their job.
And they're also fighting like a million wars all at once. The Imperium was built to fight all the people, all the time, all at once. They just never thought it would have to.
Well, that's what happens when you're ill prepared.
I mean, they were ill prepared. They are doing it. It's just, it's taking a while. It's like,
Gotta love when you're doomed.
I mean, they're not doomed. They are holding the line. But let me play.
If all their enemies were smart enough to team up against them.
Oh no, all their enemies want each other dead more than they do want the Imperium dead. Yeah, that's the other big thing. All of their enemies, what the Imperium's two biggest strengths are. They have while their bureaucracy is a fucking horde nightmare. It's all still working towards a single goal. Most of the enemy factions tend to infight a lot or fight each other a lot, so if they manage to push the Imperium back, they'll actually start fighting. Will actually start infighting or fighting with other factions that are also trying to take it.
The whole universe is made of idiots.
Well, it's made up of like intergalactic politics.
Yeah, that's what I said.
With the exception of the orcs.
I'm pretty sure they're still idiots too.
Well, yeah, but that's where they draw their power from.
That doesn't make them any less stupid.
No, but it makes them funnier. It's that idiot who's like, he knows he's dumb. Everyone knows he's dumb, but he's living his best life, and you're kind of like, man, I can't be mad at you.
It's Patrick Star, but as a race.
Kinda. Think Patrick Star combined with the Nazi leader from Hellsing Abridged.
I really don't remember Hellsing Abridged that well. Like they released it so sporadically.
Yeah, once a year.
Yeah, so it just never stuck out in my head.
All right, so you never heard the "I Love War" speech? Then I don't remember it.
Nope.
All right.
The only thing I remember is when he comes in on the ship and it's playing that song.
Oh, Flight of the Valkyries. Oh
yeah.
no, not Flight of the. You mean Alucard comes in on the ship and it's playing "Party, Party, Party."
Yeah, that's like that segment. And like what happens after that is pretty much all I remember from it.
Huh.
Well, these tire tracks are a problem.
Oh, you mean the treads?
Yeah.
Yep. This is Acadia tank too, which big fucking battle that happened a little like a couple. It was basically the big battle that moved the lore forward finally in Warhammer, which one thing I kind of love is during that whole thing the Iron Fist actually, like that big ship they have, the Imperial Fist have, the Phalanx, their big like fuck you, not a moon thing.
Mm-hmm.
The faction they were up against was the Black Legion. Also brought out their big fuck you, not a moon fortress. So in orbit, these two moods are just fucking duking it out. And at one point, like the borders on side, like the Blackstone Fortress, managed to like take down his energy shields. So, what do you think the response of the Iron Fist's captain, like the Phalanx's captain, was?
Blow it up.
Oh yeah. How do you think? Like what? It's like the enemy shields are down. What are your orders, sir?
Ram it.
Exactly.
Yep. That's not surprising.
And he just launches a moon into another moon, and it's just like, fuck you.
Yeah, it's simple. You just go with what's the most stupid answer you could think of. That's the answer.
Yep.
Like a lot of people were very, very high when they wrote these things.
Well, what I like to think about Warhammer is, it's the way somebody described like Darksiders to me. It's that edgy 14-year-old self that's just writing all this stupid like fancy lore. It's all this crazy fucking, over the top bullshit. But it's a whole team of people who took all those like doodles, like lore writing stuff and like all that weird crap and made that into an entire franchise.
And they smoked a lot of drugs.
Probably. They're also British, so.
And they had crumpets.
Yeah. Like.
Fingers and mash.
Well, here's the thing. Fish and chips.
Sounds awful.
Yep. Well, fish and chips is basically a burger and fries.
That's a terrible way to describe them.
I said basically. It's. I think it's still a fish like something, but it's basically like a fish and like fries. Like chips for them are fries. Or something like that. I don't know. British are weird. But you know,
any Brits in chat, you're weird.
CK, are you here? Can you confirm?
He looks in the mirror. Yes.
But like I said, it's so everybody writes their characters like they're the equivalent to Master Chief, pretty much, like what they can do lore wise. Which sounded like a little too much for you.
For what it's worth, Master Chief really can't do all that much. Like, he's a superhuman, yeah, but he's not like that much more of a superhuman, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, most of the people
he's physically weaker than the brutes, who are just giant monkeys.
Oh yeah, that's the way it is in 40K too. It's like the Space Marines, like, oh yeah, they're stronger and faster than a fucking like a human or like your average foot soldier. But like they're like the baseline elite, like in the universe. If you throw them up against like other like elite soldiers, Space Marines tend not to do so well. Generally,
I mean, the enemies called the elites in Halo are essentially like honor-bound Japanese. They've been like described as like Japanese warrior types.
Yeah.
But they're like the equivalent of the Spartans.
Yeah. But there's lore where like, oh, what the fuck is it? It's I'm trying to pull a good example. We're like, okay, so there's this planet called Katakan or Katachan. Chat, argue about it if you want. I don't care. Basically, this is the a planet where every living organism that's native to it is a carnivore.
So America.
No, think hell Australia. Like a more vicious version of Australia.
Dang, that sounds horrifying.
Like there's a plant when you walk by it, a leaf will latch onto your face and melt it off like instantaneously. I think like there's like one of their like apex predators. How was it? The Katakan. It's the Katakan jungle like snake or something like that. It's 20 feet long, 10 feet high, and it takes armor-piercing bullets to pierce its hide. It has a top speed of 40 miles an hour.
So it sounds to me like that planet just needs a lot of nukes.
Yeah, it's horrible. At one point in time, a demon army of Khorne, the god of bloodshed and death and war, laid down the planet. By the time that the defense forces arrived to fight them, they were already dead.
Jeez.
Hell invaded and was killed by the local flora and fauna. So the soldiers that come out of this planet are called the Katakan Jungle Fighters. Because while this is referred to as an Imperial Death World, just because if you go there, you'll probably die, there are natives to the planet. When they're recruited out, they're just... basically, they're an entire faction of Rambo.
That is kind of amusing.
Like, I'm not even like, oh, here, let me pull it up for chat here. Let me send this to you.
The hell is the last bit of dirt on this thing? There we go.
Okay, let's, hang on, everybody. Let me pull this up real quick. Here's a no, that's not what I wanted to do. That's not what I wanted to do at all. Okay. There we go. Yeah, there's a picture of their soldiers. So if you could kind of see the Rambo feel, right?
Yeah, they're just a bunch of bald Rambos.
Oh, they're wearing bandanas.
Yeah, it still looks like they're bald on top for the most part.
Yeah. So, like, one of their, they're probably their best known character, because they have a couple, like, actual, like, name people, is a regular human called Sly Marlboro.
Is that a reference to the cigarettes?
Well, he's supposed to be, like, the toughest, most badass person in all of Katakan. He's like, out of an entire planet of Rambo, he's Chuck Norris.
An interesting way to put it.
Well, let me put it this way. So in, like, the tabletop game where, like, you move soldiers around and stuff, you know how he appears? I'm not joking. I'm like, this is his actual rule. How he moves around the table.
He moves the table
That's
around him.
okay. That's an ongoing joke, but yes. Rules is written. He appears behind the enemy he's about to attack. Where is he? He's right behind you.
At all times.
Well, whoever
Has
he's about to
anyone ever hit
kill.
him?
Well, no. You can't hit Slymar, bro. The bullets are too afraid.
How do you beat? Then how do you win? If you have him on your, if you're using his unit, then how does anyone beat you?
Simple. Slymar, bro doesn't care enough.
About what?
Not too much. But his weapons also lined with the poison from Catacan barking toads. A Catacan barking toad is the most venomous animal in the universe. It's so poisonous, even if you're wearing a sealed suit. If a barking toad explodes and releases its poison, it'll still kill you. Sly Barbaro sneaks up on them and slits their throats before they can explode.
I feel like this whole universe is like the worst place in all of fiction to live.
It is.
Did you notice that if you're using the like the straight shot thing on here, it makes a like sound effect?
Yeah, I picked up on that a while back. Also, for anyone watching, here's a picture of his model. Of the official picture for his model. He is also the ugliest son of a bitch you've ever seen, canonically.
That explains why he's so angry.
All of the time. Oh, let's see. Let's pull it up because all right, let's all right, let's go through some no, fuck, go back. I wanted to. All right, so let's go through some jokes here. Sly Barbaro once killed 12 orcs with a grenade. The grenade then exploded. The Chaos Gods check their closets at night for Sly Barbaro.
And he's there every time.
The Tyranid hive mind actively avoids plants with Sly Barbaro on it. Orcs don't fear death, but they fear Sly Barbaro. In the darkest hours, the Emperor prays to Sly Barbaro. Sly Barbaro is the other Imperial Saint. The Emperor once heard of Sly Barbaro's exploits and decided to retire. Oh, God.
These are just Chuck Norris jokes. I remember in school, someone made a like they were making this like celebrity fighting indie game, and the thing was like Chuck Norris is defied death too long, and the other celebrities have decided it's time for him to go. And the idea is that there's a fighting game with Chuck Norris where all the other celebrities are trying to kill him.
Yeah. Sly Barbaro lost his virginity before his father and was born in a Catacan hab he built himself. Yeah. So on the planets full of Rambo, they also have that's where Chuck Norris lives. Hey, Ice.
Hi, Ice.
Yep.
Welcome. Yeah,
I'm
we
pulling
are
out
on
Warhammer jokes. Actually, we should figure out what the fuck
we're doing
doing.
the Warhammer DLC. How are you tonight?
What do we have left here? The smoke launchers again. The fuck are they? Oh, I haven't actually used my stuff this time around, so yeah, let's do that. Yeah, dun dun dun. Yeah, too. But no, I would go over a lot of extra lore with fucking picks on Warhammer. Like, this is a franchise I like. Like, you have to understand, there are two types of Warhammer fans. Warhammer fans who just are in it for the absolute lulz and yucks, who just love this universe for how utterly stupid it can be. And then the people who take it seriously. Which, the more you learn about this franchise, the less you understand how people take it seriously.
Yeah, I've already lost all respect for it. Yeah, jump scaring agent.
Yeah.
I approve.
Yeah, I shot at you. Actually, what the fuck else I gotta clean here? Track wheels, okay.
I know, right? I am unfreaking believable. It looks like a lot of this is just like these track wheels down here.
Yep. I've switched over.
The majority on that side, I think. Guys, have you played any of this DLC? Front meta guns?
Front meta guns?
How did I miss any of these guns? I was going hard on these things.
Melta guns. Learn to read.
Learn to write.
No. Hey, Ice,
you have freaking AI that writes half of it for you and you still get it wrong.
Yeah, it needs to write all of it for me. Or just give me a fucking speech to text already.
Pretty sure that's already a thing. Actually, I know that's already a thing because I had to set it up for disabled children.
All right, actually, what the fuck are we cleaning? Front melted gun. So that would be this thing.
All right, I got the spanner. Stowed rods. What the hell's a stowed rod?
Stowed rods. Yeah.
Just sounds inappropriate.
It's gotta be like one of the things lashed onto the sides here. Yeah, it's one of the things like latched onto the sides. Well, the nice thing about this is I know enough about the lore to where if it says like,
yeah, you're supposed to know what these things are. Why don't you know what they are, Agent? Where are they at?
I did. I'm looking at them right now.
Why aren't you cleaning them? About time. See, this is what we pay Agent for.
Yep.
And
Okay.
No, we don't pay him.
Hey, I've gotten paid from this job.
In exposure. Imperial Knight Paladin.
Oh.
This thing looks like it has a lot of crevices.
Oh yeah, this is the there's only 5 things, so okay, so unlike the other thing, this is an actual Imperial mech. Like the Imperium has like this is one of their. This is a medium-sized mech.
Why are we cleaning this? We should be piloting it.
Well, no. Imperial mechs work the same way mechs in Pacific Rim work.
I haven't seen Pacific Rim.
Never saw Pacific Rim?
Nope.
Oh, it's such a good movie. Oh, hey, this is another. Wait, why is this one marked? Oh, it's an ally of the Imperial Fist. Oh, okay. So, a fun thing about Imperial Knights, the groups that actually control and pilot them are actually knight houses, like old school medieval knight houses. And it's like the chosen warrior gets to have the knight, like the head of the house, like it's the family royal armor.
These paladin shoulder pads are like even broken up into different things.
Yep.
Actually easier when they're broken up into things because then they like 100% faster that way, I find.
Yeah, it's like you can tell what the fuck you're supposed to be doing. The one thing I will definitely give Warhammer, though, Imperial mech designs are some of the most unique things. Because they're all
they
like
never really function.
Weirdly enough, this is actually fairly functional. It's a hunchback design. And I generally don't see like hunchback design mechs in most things. Especially not as like a standard. It might be like a one-off here or there, but it's just not something you see in the genre. Which, a little piece of me can understand. It's like, just looking at it basic, this doesn't scream like, oh, this is like the coolest fucking thing ever. This is just kind of very odd. It's just it's kind of an acquired taste bit. Like, once you get into there, it's like, shit, you don't see this kind of fucking shit anywhere.
This is what I'd expect a stormtrooper to be riding in.
Oh, kind of the Star Wars stuff?
Yeah, it's one of those ones where you expect like a minion type character to be like, someone expendable.
Oh no, these things are elites. Actually, it's an ongoing joke, and so like the Imperium's main force is the Imperial Guard, which is your basic humans. And the slogan in them is, when you join the Guard, you're given 4 things. A standard issue flashlight, or lasgun. Standard issue flak armor, or cardboard. A Imperial lexicon, which is your training manual and guide, which you must have on you at all times, or emergency toilet paper, and a wheelbarrow.
The wheelbarrow for
your giant brass balls. Because, okay, yeah, you're a normal fucking human equipped with an ineffective gun, wearing cardboard armor, you give it an instruction manual that doesn't make any fucking sense, and you're now tasked with fighting this 10,000-year-old genetically engineered super soldier infused with the powers of hell.
So Doom guy. Dun dun dun.
Kind of. And that's the guy you're fighting. And you're a foot soldier. And
nice.
But the Imperial Guard does fucking work. They're not like the cannon fodder guys. Like, when the Imperial Guard gets a win, it feels like a fucking win.
I wonder if this thing can open up.
I don't think any of the Warhammer models move.
Well, it's just I wasn't expecting like the ones from Final Fantasy to move and open, so I wasn't sure if we like this was going to be like the same scenario.
Yep. It's one of those. It's like you can't start off learning about the Imperial Guard because it's like, oh, these are just normal fucking humans, just kind of in space with like laser guns. What's so fucking cool about that? Then you kind of go through like, oh yeah, there's the Tyranids, the Hellspawn, the Egyptian zombie robots, the orcs, the Tau, who are like an advanced race of fish people who have like Gundams.
They're the Aquamen with Gundams.
Kinda. And then there's like the Eldar, like ancient space elves that wield untold magics and science, who can see the future and planned accordingly.
Yeah, if they planned accordingly, then they should have left.
Yeah, all their planets are mobile. they actively try to. It's just, when you're a millennia old space elf that can see the future, you get a little arrogant sometimes.
Any of them getting like off should have been a big notification that we really suck if we can see what's coming and we still can't dodge it.
Yep. Or I kind of love how they refer to humans too, because they refer to like all of humanity as, oh, you're the Monkai. It's like, you're fucking distant. What?
Okay, Frieza.
Kinda, yeah, honestly. Which I always kind of love. It's like, because a lot of people are like, wait, then why are they actually scared of humanity then? It's like, well, what would happen to you if you, like, a gorilla wearing power armor burst into your house and started shooting you with a shotgun? It's like...
Same thing, anything that bursts into my house shooting me with a shotgun would do. Has nothing to do with being a gorilla there.
Yeah, but I know, if like a silverback gorilla bursts through your wall wearing power armor and wielding a shotgun, like, you're fucked. It's like, there's no... It's like, you're absolutely fucked.
Nah, I'm pretty awesome. I could fight it off.
Because the Imperium will kick the shit out of the Eldar repeatedly.
Well, that just means they suck if they can see it coming. All their future sight can see is just in them getting their asses kicked.
Well, what they do is... Okay, so the other problem the Eldar have is they're the smallest faction in the Warhammer universe.
Like, yeah, that standard problem where elves refuse to reproduce.
Well, it's kind of they fucked up previously. So, okay, have I ever explained I'll talk to you about the 4 Chaos Gods to you?
No.
Alright, so, like, the kind of the big bads in the franchise are referred to as the Forces of Chaos. They have 4 gods. Nurgle, Khorne, Tzeentch, and Slaanesh. Nurgle is the god of rot and decay. Like, everything that dies because of him. Like, all the diseases, everything born in the universe is made because of him. That's what he does.
Okay.
Khorne is the god of blood, warfare, and combat.
And vegetables without any real, like, nutrients.
It's an ongoing joke, but, a demon where, a god, he does not care where the blood flows from, only that it must flow. I think it's one of his things. Their battle cry is, blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne.
Okay, so I've heard the blood for the blood god one before.
Yeah, he's the most referenced one. And his faction just wants to fight and kill everybody.
I could swear I've heard Yuki say that a bunch of times.
it's kind of his battle cry has kind of worked its way into like the general pop culture lexicon. So it is in that. And then you have Zinch, the god of sorcery and change, who has every move planned out in the entire universe. You know, he's seen every possible outcome, and he's planned for it. Planned for what? Even he's not sure, but he's planned for that too. You know, plans within plans, motions within motions. Only he's also working against himself because he doesn't like how he's trying to keep the status quo. And then you have Slaanesh. Slaanesh is the youngest of the Chaos Gods that have always existed. So what Slaanesh is the god of pleasure and pain, as well as art. Basically, if you're the kind of person that loves inventing, making stuff, improving on things, or just having a good time and fun and all that, that's Slaanesh's thing.
Yeah, AI bros, he's gonna come for you.
Kinda. Well, not him. They. Because Slaanesh is the god of infinite pleasure. And the way this god was made is... so, you remember the Eldar I was talking about a second ago, or coming back to that? They used to be nigh immortal. Like, when they die, their soul would just get reborn into a new body, and they would keep all their memories and stuff like that.
So, Doctor Who, got it.
Pretty much. The thing is, at one point in time, they ruled the universe, too. So, there was no threats to them, and all their basic necessities were met. So, things got a little, at first,
bored.
Yeah, they got bored. So, they developed into the art forms, and then they developed, like, even further past that. And things then started getting kinky.
So, basically VTubing. Got it.
Well, it got to the point where they were so leveled in debauchery and, like, just carnal pleasures and pushing themselves to the utmost limit in everything they did, with their souls constantly going back and forth between the warp, which is like the afterlife, and the living. It all kind of built up into a massive residue until Slaanesh was born as the god of, like, pure debauchery and infinite pleasure. Unfortunately, because they were born through, the Eldar and the corruption of Eldar souls, they decided to consume Eldar souls. So anytime an Eldar dies, their soul is eaten by Slaanesh now. Which, all right, are you familiar with, like, the Hellraiser franchise?
I know of it.
Like Pinhead and all them?
I know of it. Yes.
Okay. If you wanted a better understanding of what the fuck Slaanesh is, they're the Xenobites from Hellraiser. We push ourselves to the absolute limit, to where the only pleasure we can find is through pain.
Yeah, I remember watching an episode of Rick and Morty where they made fun of that.
Yeah.
And I've seen, like, Linkara review the comics based on Hellraiser.
Yeah, like, that's what Slaanesh is.
Yeah, I've been just trying to get this foot cleaned, and it's so freaking tough.
Yeah, this one's gonna take a minute, isn't it? It's like the part I'm worried about is, like, the underneath the shoulder pads. Like, look at that shit. That's just stupid. I would save the sprays until we're, like...
For some reason, my sprays aren't, like, upgrading anymore, so...
No, it's because it's DLC. Which I wish we could buy since you bought this, like, we could use these forms in, like, the other games, too.
Yeah. It does make it more special this way, though.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Well, like I said, it's like Warhammer. You just kind of have to enjoy how stupid it can be, and how, like, the part you might enjoy is no matter how stupid it gets, there's always an explanation.
Yeah, I've never really been one for like particularly for like dumb for dumb's sake type stuff. Like I don't like B movies are fine, but I don't tend to watch them very often.
Yeah, no, I can understand.
Maybe.
It's. I think the reason I get more drawn into Warhammer is like not only is it just crazy and dumb and stupid a lot of the time, but it's like the complaint you had about Bravern. Like they didn't explain anything. In that, it's like, how did this happen? How did this come to be? What's with this? All that. It's like everything in Warhammer can be explained. Like there is a lore reason, or there is a canonically, why this is the way it is.
Can you canonically explain why it's in this game?
Yeah, money.
Damn, that's the perfect answer. And they even got it.
Yeah. Well, it's like
you paid for this DLC.
Like I've told you the story of like the famous admiral who got fucked over, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, the Imperium's like, unstoppable, like, horde army of, if they could bring all their shit to bear at once, there's no faction in the game that could stop them. Like, one for one, the Imperium can beat any other faction. It's just, it decided to fight all of them all the time, all at once. Which, to be fair, all the other factions are actively trying to kill them, so...
Well, they should have... They should be... They can't kill the orcs, though, because those things seem to be, like, unkillable.
Oh, you could kill the orcs, you just... They don't stay fucking dead is the problem. They always come back.
Yeah, that's the problem. You gotta find a way to perma-kill them. Introduce them to permadeath.
Oh, trust me, it's... They like to. The thing is, though, the Imperium's also been using the orcs to deal with problems they don't have the time for.
Like, yeah, I can believe that.
Like, oh, what the fuck was it? I think it's like, I can't remember if it's Dawn of War 1 or Dawn of War 2. It's one of the big RTS games. Because all the RTS games, all of the factions have, like, are playable and have a story to them. Including the orcs. The orc story in that one is, an Imperial Inquisition officer ends up getting in contact with an orc leader, saying, like, all right, we need you to go and fight these guys over here. And if you do that, we'll give you a bunch of guns, and I'll throw a bunch more Imperial Guard units for you to fight afterwards.
We need you to fight these guys, and if you win, we'll let you fight these guys.
And then if you win, we'll try to kill you afterwards. And the orc almost agreed to it.
Why did he say no?
The Inquisitor wouldn't throw in their hat.
Really? That's a stupid reason.
Literally, the Inquisitor wouldn't throw in their fancy hat.
I don't even know how to begin with that. Everyone in this universe is stupid.
But it's... Yeah, a little piece of me wants to argue with that, but at the same time, it's like, oh, that sounds... It's stupid, but it sounds fucking fun to me.
No, it's like it's a universe that like everything rides on every character being stupid as hell.
Well, that's what makes the characters that are the Master Chief equivalent so good. They're the ones that aren't dumb as a box of rocks.
Hey, I got one of these shoulder pad things taken care of.
Yeah,
Surprisingly.
I think that
standing on this gun to do it.
Oh, what gun is? That's not a gun. That's a sword.
Look,
Yeah.
I'm standing on the next arm.
Yeah, that's its melee weapon.
Yeah, but the chainsaw kind of tipped it off. I just wasn't thinking about it.
Yeah. Oh, that's the other thing we get from Warhammer. Chain swords.
I've seen that in a few other places. One of the villains in Gears of War 2 has one of those as well.
Yeah, they copied Warhammer's book on that one.
I don't know. The one in Gears was like a dual staff with chainsaws on both ends.
They copied Warhammer's homework on that one. They changed some stuff, but
I mean, putting chainsaws on a stick, on both sides of a stick.
yeah, it's a dual chain blade or chain staff. Yeah, that's it's in Warhammer somewhere. I'll bet you anything on that one, but it's the fun stupid they have going on. Well, this is also a franchise where the aliens have taken this planet. Do we need it? No, it wasn't really doing good. All right, exterminatus, kill all of them all. It will just kind of kaboom the planet. And that's a perfectly reasonable answer.
Sure.
Although the Inquisition does take it too far sometimes.
That's because nobody would expect them otherwise.
Yeah, but like... Okay, so like one of the best examples of this is... So there was this really big battle against Chaos, which... Also, it's illegal to know about Chaos in the Imperium. As like a basic person. So there was this really big fight against Chaos in this planet called Armageddon. Yeah, the day was won. Everybody was pushed back, but the Imperial Guard Regiment that actually won the war. Afterwards, an Inquisitor came to do some inspections because it was chaos stuff was going on here. Let's check everything. He decided, nah, I really don't like having to go through all these people. So we're going to put you all into camps and chemically castrate you. And slowly let you work out the rest of your lives dying. Which is going to be short because we're going to increase the thing to absolute death levels. And like that was your reward for serving the Imperium.
Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. Wait, castrate?
Chemically castrate, yeah. So one of the thing was like that was such a big battle. Like there was an entire chapter of Space Marines was deployed to help fight it. Like, okay, this is a manufacturing world and we need to win this. Yeah, pull out the fucking big guns. My personal favorite faction, the Space Wolves, too.
Fireball shocks. We're castrating agent. I'm
not having kids anyways.
I mean, he doesn't use it, so it's fine. He's not a threat.
Yeah. So
but, I mean, you can do it for fun. I won't stop you.
Yeah, but one of the things so the Space was like, hey, no, you're not going to kill a bunch of people for doing their duty and being honorable and victorious. Fuck you, get bent. So what they do is they start smuggling people out. This Inquisitor finds out they're smuggling people out to other worlds. Finds one of the worlds that had 4 people, because they weren't putting them all to one place. So it's like, you know what? Split them up, make them hard to find. The Inquisitor found 4 of them. The planet was of little value, so he orders exterminatus, killing a couple billion people to make sure 4 were dead.
I mean, you got to be thorough. It's just, that's just good practice.
And that was his excuse. We're just being thorough.
Yeah, see? Standard military stuff.
The other problem is he is not entirely wrong. Because, remember, I was going over the Chaos Gods? One of them is the god Nurgle, the god of disease and pestilence and death. So one time, a bunch of, a world got, infected by, a horde of, Nurgle's demons and attacked. They fought them off, they won it, but, a lot of people were sick. 2 of the people from that world got off planet and onto another world. Spread the disease, and caused a second planet to die and break out into a demon attack. So it's like, that Inquisitor kind of has a point there.
I mean, it just sounds to me like there's just too many worlds for them to constantly be able to escape and blow up all the time.
Well, the Imperium is a empire of 1,000,000 worlds, so losing one
spare.
Yeah, it's kind of that. It's like, as long as it's not strategically important, fuck it. Just blow it up. We don't have. It'll save more resources just killing everybody on the planet than it will actually trying to liberate the damn thing. Just kill them all.
I mean, that's the fastest way to solve most problems. Just get rid of it.
Yep. I know, which, sometimes it's, makes sense. Another famous Inquisitor for that is called Inquisitor Cryptman. He's the one who, I don't remember if he named them, but the Inquisitor that initially discovered the Tyranids, the race that the Zerg was kind of inspired by. So they would just kind of go in and, when Tyranids invaded, they would just eat a planet, whole atmosphere, light water, base minerals, all that stuff, people. More biomass for the swarm. So what Cryptman started doing was okay, when can we get enough forces together to actually mount a counteroffensive? All right, it's going to take this long. All right, so in that time frame, the Tyranids are going to eat this, and this planet. All right, evacuate who you can, and when they get close, blow the planet to smithereens. So I think he killed I think he was getting close to a couple dozen worlds, just boom. When everyone else was like, okay, you're going a little crazy here, Cryptman. You can't just keep killing planets.
Oh, yes, I can.
And that was his response. Because it's like, hey, I know this is a good solution, but what the fuck's your answer? Whether everyone's going to die, it's just this way they don't feed the fucking enemy swarm.
Yeah, I see the logic in it.
Yeah. I know this isn't good. Give me a better answer.
No, that's pretty good. Those people sucked anyway. It's fine.
They're imperial. Like I said, they could consider it an honor to be giving their life for the emperor. It's the greatest honor they could aspire to.
I am the emperor.
Although it is kind of funny. One of the things one of the big things in the Imperium that they kind of brought over from Dune is AI is illegal, or not just illegal, like considered to be a prime consideration of tech heresy. If the cult mechanicus, these guys find out you have AI or find an AI, they will bombard and blow you the fuck up with as much raw force as they can bring to bear.
I like that plan. Let's adapt it into the real world.
Yo,
It's gonna be I was at the gym earlier, and they have a bunch of news networks on, right? And obviously, I don't want to watch that crap. But sometimes I'm just staying there. I'm like running, and I see they have Fox News on for some reason. I have no idea why. But they were talking about something interesting for once in existence, where they weren't trying to feed. Well, I mean, they were still feeding fear, but they weren't doing it. So apparently, this principal had gotten ousted at his job, right, for saying a bunch of racist and anti-Semitic stuff. Turns out that he didn't. Someone made an AI voice of him and was using that to frame him because he had it was apparently the gym coach who was being investigated over how he was spending the budget, and that's how he wanted to get rid of the principal. And they had to bring in the FBI and stuff to basically go through and prove that he didn't do that. So it's basically going to be the first criminal case involving the use of AI, because someone literally tried to frame someone and get them fired.
yeah. Deep technology might be the thing that gets AI regulated, honestly.
Oh, it absolutely will, because people are gonna use it on Congress people and stuff like that. Eventually, when it stops just being used against celebrities, basically once it starts becoming a problem for Congress, they'll move their asses. But not a second sooner. I've seen things where people go up to them "What do you think of this, sir?" And they're like, "Oh, I don't understand this stuff." And it's could you stop being old for 10 minutes and focus on what matters? My money? No, not your money. God damn it.
My vacation home?
No.
My yacht?
No. Oh, are we talking about women's rights again? I hate those.
Oh my god.
No, sir. I know. The world we live in.
Yep. Although that's the one thing I'm kind of happy about. It's all this AI stuff is giving them all such headaches because they are being forced to hey, welcome to the 21st century. It's you now have to deal with this.
They're practically ignoring it. What are you talking about?
Oh, they're trying to ignore it, but it keeps popping up more and more and more. And it's no, it's not a thing. We will never reach the point where people can fake actual other people.
They're already there.
Yeah, and then they're brought up a case like that, and it's just no, that isn't a real thing. Quit bringing me fake news.
But that's the problem. It is fake news. It's too realistic looking. That's the irony. I know. I just thought that was kind of surprisingly interesting. I was like, oh wow, something that was interesting on Fox News. How about that? I guess the clock hits 12 twice a day.
Yeah.
Or no, what was it like? A broken clock, a broken clock is correct twice a day.
Yeah. I know the meaning. Yep. There's a foot left too.
Yeah, I got the shoulder. Which part of the foot's left though? I like went to town on these legs. Oh, there's one of the pistons.
Why are they calling this Titanic? These aren't Titans.
Pretty big though.
By 40K standards, this is a Scout. No, this is a medium support mech.
How much do we have left on this thing?
Oh, we're pretty close.
I'm trying to. This thing right here, this is a buy. I'm trying to figure out where the last of this crap is at on here, but I can't find it.
Where's the fucking cockpit railing? I'm not entirely sure where the fucking cockpit is, honestly, either. Oh, here it is. Okay.
Are you excited for that TikTok ban?
Is that actually going through?
Already been passed.
Oh, shit.
Well, they have, I think it was like 6 months to sell, or it's banned officially. But the all the paperwork is done. It's already passed in Congress. I think Biden signed it already.
Oh, shit. Like, last I heard, news-wise, was, war in Iran. Like, it's an election year. I'm trying to keep as far away from the news as I can.
Well, I just thought the whole TikTok getting banned thing was kind of surprising.
No, I'm happy I never bothered to invest in that then. Like try to do, none of my shorts have ever gone over to TikTok.
I mean, I put them all over there, but I've only had one that's like broken like 10,000. But
Damn.
yeah, but the rest, like I put 3 over in the last 2 weeks, and they only got 1 view each, so it's like very consistent. But the general concept is that that I don't know. I like heard them. They're like, well, they're stealing information. I'm like, first of all, 99% of the people whose information they're stealing does not matter. Secondly, it's like, well, they can steal American secrets. Nobody who has secrets like that should have them on their phone. It was a good thing to have them like make it so government employees have that banned from their work phones. That's a smart thing. I think it's just that they're upset that it's making so much money, and they're like, you have to sell it to a company so we can make the money. I think it's like the real reason. They're like, how dare not us make the money?
It's one of those things where tech companies, like I like some tech companies, but like there's so many fucking shit. It's like I can't help defend it, and it's like they're all so fucking mad at TikTok because they changed the game on them, and they didn't like that.
Boo-hoo! Like I've never heard a worse explanation. Like, guess what? Kodak didn't like when you changed the game on how pictures were developed.
Well, yeah, it's the problem is once again, nobody in our fucking government knows how technology works. And it's like, oh, that market will just like regulate itself. We don't need to worry about that.
Yeah, just like
No,
how
no, it's never worked. It will never work. Quit thinking it works.
yeah, things don't self-regulate ever. I Titanic toes. Which one is it that still needs it? Reactor heat sink pipes. Okay, this is the reactor back here. Oh, it's somewhere around here. Right? Maybe? So the reactor is up here like in the middle back
Yeah,
here.
it's something in the back here. I don't know where, but
Alright, hold on. Reactor sink pipe. So this is what I'm hitting right here is reactor sink pipe. So it's something around this area.
yeah, it's the really small ones, really up close. I see it now. Yeah, it's this little. There we go. Oh, okay, yeah, that one was fucking
That was pretty tough.
yeah.
See, I'm torn on the whole oh, Thunderhawk. That looks cool. I'm torn on the whole TikTok thing because I don't particularly care about TikTok myself. So for me, it's like I'm not losing anything by going away. You know what I mean? Like I do watch YouTube Shorts, on a little bit, but like I don't like sit there and scroll through them. I just kind of like might check out one or two. I might check out like 3 or 4 on my feed, and then I'm usually done with it after that. You know. But I do feel bad for people who like really like it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Mind you, I think it's melting people's brains, but I don't care. One time I was at a Goodwill, and one girl goes to her friend, "Hey, like they were sitting by the books, like, want to check out this book?" And she's like, she goes to her, "No, I don't read. I only do TikTok." And I was thinking to myself,
Ugh.
yeah, that's not an okay result. Like, I don't read. I only just watch TikToks. Like, you're an embarrassment to the human species.
Yeah. Oh, hey, this one's for the Blood Angels. This is Kigu's favorite faction. Okay, so what the Blood Angels are, they're a actually, would you like to take a wild guess on what they are?
Vampires.
Haha, yep.
This series is not subtle.
Oh, fuck no, it's not.
I mean, have you noticed that I knew none of these things, and yet I'm guessing everything on my first try?
Yeah, that's why I'm having fun with it. It's like, what do you think this is? I don't know. Fucking Blood Angels? Oh, what are they? Vampires? Yeah. God damn it. They're also considered to be one of the most holy factions of the Space Marines.
The irony.
Well, okay, so their Primarch is Sanguinius, whose most notable feature was his gigantic angel wings. Keep in mind that the Emperor is also a extreme atheist. Yes, and one of his sons does have gigantic angel wings.
So
Yeah.
fate itself has a sense of humor in this world.
Oh, literally. Like, Fate is Zinch's territory, and Zinch will fuck with people for no goddamn reason. Well, I mean, the Emperor is also a 10-foot tall man clad in golden armor who could, bend the universe to his very whim through his mind. And his first decree is, I am not a god.
Sounds very godlike to me.
Heresy! Kill him!
I didn't say you're a god. I said you were godlike. Not the same thing. Come on, you can't call yourself a man of wisdom and not understand the language and how it works.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I could kind of give the Emperor too, when he was conquering Earth, the first thing he did was destroy every church and religion.
Why do we sign up for this?
Depends on where you are in the Warhammer fandom. Like, the final book in that thing is called the Last Church of Terra.
No, man, how do we sign up for this in the real world?
If they ever start a God Emperor cult, I will join that one. 40k fans, get out of this. Make this an actual thing. Which is it's a very good book because it's not like he burst down the door, demands that the last preach and the last church die. He actually comes.
Does it happen?
Well, no, he actually walks into the church because nobody goes to this. It's the reason it's the last one because it's in the middle of nowhere that nobody gave a fuck about. It just has a single priest who's been doing this for so long. He's like, yeah, this is just what I do for a living. Who doesn't even believe in it too much. It's just this is what he does. He is the he is the final preacher of the Church of the Lightning Stone, which is a rock that was struck by lightning that can supposedly heal people.
Because that's how lightning works.
Yeah, if it's 40k, who the fuck knows? It might actually. And the whole book is basically the Emperor kind of walking into the church, just sitting down and kind of talking to the guy. It's very much of this isn't right. This is just hurts people more than it helps. This is a good thing. Set it aside, put all this down. I tell you what, you're not a dumb man. You're not like a zealot. This is just what you do. You've spent your entire life in this church. Set this down. I'm about to begin my great crusade. I will invite you with me. You will be there on my flagship. You will see the universe in its entirety and everything it has to offer. With the actual truths of the universe unveiled before you. I will offer you this. Which is oh shit, that's not a bad deal overall, really, right?
Mm-hmm.
Although in the end, he does take the deal, but as they leave, the Emperor turns they get outside, and the Emperor's soldiers and guards are sitting there, torches in hand, and as they leave, the Emperor turns all right, burn it. And begins burning the last church on Earth. But as the priest sees this, he decides he can't actually live without it, and jumps into the Inferno to die with his church. It's then the Emperor turns to his soldiers. This is the reason why religion must be killed. Look what it does to sensible men.
Pretty dark.
Hey, there's a reason that the catchphrase for 40K is the grim dark.
How many of these books have you read?
40K?
Yeah.
Somewhere close to 20.
Jeez.
Well, they have close to 400.
That's too many.
Well, they've been going since the 80s.
That's fair. It's amazing that something like that's been going on for so long, yet it still has never really like breached into like pop culture too hard. You know?
Yep. Well, okay, let me say this. It's the stuff from the 80s is very proto Warhammer, as a lot of fans like to call it, is a very wild beast.
Still, I mean, but still, for being around 40 years, having like the most games made, hundreds of books, you would think it would be like a little bit more popular, well known than what is.
Well, they've never. It's the same problem as comics had. If you want to break into the mainstream media, you have to have either a television show, a movie, or something like that.
They have games.
So did Iron Man. Iron Man didn't get popular until he had his first movie.
Yeah, have you played any of the Iron Man games?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like I have Iron Man and Exo Manowar on the PlayStation since I was a kid. And you know what? Not good.
Yep.
Even the Avengers beat 'em ups are just fine.
Yeah.
Like, they're classic, but you know, they don't ever crack anyone's top 10 best beat 'em ups games.
Yep, I'll give you that. No, that's why I've been excited, because we have Henry Cavill making a war. God, fucking, that's blah. That's part of the reason. Like, okay, so scroll this all the way back to the beginning of the stream. You remember how I was telling you, like, the Adeptus Custodes was like the ones that have all the controversy right now, and the ones that are making the news?
Yeah.
Well, one besides the like actual like storybooks they have for like and things like that, the game itself is based around a tabletop miniature game, and where that little bit of war came from is the Adeptus Custodians rule book update. Like, they got a new codex, you know, a new edition dropped, and the two things they did is they made it so it was incredibly controversial, and they've made it the absolute worst book in the game to play. Like, the Custodians are now the worst faction, like, meta-wise. And on top of that, Henry Cavill, the guy who's supposed to be doing the Warhammer show, that's his favorite faction.
Yeah, they said he hasn't commented on it yet.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to fucking touch it, because he knows how toxic everything's been around it.
Sounds like he's a smart guy.
Yeah, it's just like, Games Workshop. Okay, you have possibly the biggest pop culture push you've ever had. And what do? Everything in your power to piss off the guy in charge of it.
Remember, business people are good at business.
Games Workshop, the company that owns this fucking shit, is the dumbest company I have ever fucking seen.
I don't know. Blizzard's pretty bad.
Alright, so Games Workshop is known for fucking up. You know what their previous fuck up was? They wanted to make their own streaming service, so they made all YouTube content featuring Games Workshop characters or lore. Okay, we own you now. It's like, okay, that's pretty shitty.
So after they failed that, the people at Wizards of the Coast are like, we should do that too.
Kinda, actually. But you know what? So their streaming service that was supposed to be the big push on why they were doing that, you know how many shows it dropped with?
One.
One.
Can't make this stuff up.
Yeah, don't you like Warhammer? Okay, what's the stupidest thing here? Like,
And the best part is, it just like they even I got just be like, how did someone in real life do it? Just what's the stupidest thing that could happen?
kinda. But then it's like this fucking and then before that, it's like what was it? They tried to make it so only Games Workshop stores could sell Games Workshop models. They didn't want people selling them online anymore
Why?
because you weren't buying it directly from Games Workshop. They didn't like the fact that third-party sellers were getting involved.
I mean, the third-party seller is still selling your stuff, so
But
had
they-
to buy it from somewhere.
But they weren't buying it directly from Games Workshop.
Who cares? They like the third person's. Someone had to buy it first before it could get to the third party, so they're still making the money.
Yeah.
Why do they care if the only reason that should matter to them is if third party companies are like abusing it and making it harder for the real fans to get.
No, they were making it easier. Games Workshop was actually making it harder. See, the thing is Games Workshop wanted to open up more brick and mortar stores. Like, they wanted to open more Games Workshop stores. So you had to buy Warhammer products from them. So what they did is they tried to kill all of their retail support.
You really don't understand how business works, do they?
No, it's or the the one bit that kind of like back when I used to play the tabletop. Like I played, like I said, my favorite faction is Space Wolves, Space Werewolf Vikings. One of the units they have is called Thunderwolf Cavalry. Basically, put Master Chief and have him ride a giant armored wolf into combat. All right, that's pretty fucking cool. Doesn't make any goddamn sense, but that's pretty fucking cool. Games Workshop, shortly after this unit got added to my codex and one of our updates, they stated that you could only play the game with Games Workshop models, or it wasn't going to be an official game. Which, for like regular shop play and your friends, doesn't fucking matter, right? The problem is Games Workshop also loves to do tournaments. You want to know why this was a problem?
Because people were 3D printing the models.
Before 3D printers, actually.
Oh, okay.
They didn't release a model for it. You kind of see my frustration there.
It's amazing that this is like a business that's been around for so long.
This franchise has lasted 40 years. It's like Warhammer has endured not because of Games Workshop, but in spite of it.
And like none of the fans have tried working their way up into the business to save it.
They have. The thing is, you know where they put them?
Where?
They have them write the lore and the stories.
Maybe one of them should try to become a CEO and just do the boring stuff and save the things that way.
Yeah, but you could write your all of your original characters into the lore.
Yeah, but if as a CEO, you can tell them you could fix everything and then do that because they can't stop you.
Trust me, there's that's the most wished thing in all of the 40K Phantom. Come on, guys, please do something to help us. Like, we love you, we really do, but you just kind of hurt us so badly. Don't worry, we have a new plan to help save the company. Oh, really? What are you going to do? You know that you know that new box of Space Marines, like elite soldiers that all have that named character squad and all these crazy new models? Yeah, we're gonna raise the price on the box. What? And we're also gonna lower the points cost in game, so you need to run more of them. What?
Yeah, before you said that, I was gonna say we have a plan to save the day. How's that? We're gonna raise prices.
All right, have you ever seen what like Warhammer miniatures like cost?
Yep, I have been to a comic shop before, and there have been people playing Warhammer there, and the shop I get my comics from has Warhammer tables, and they sell the miniatures, and I've seen them.
So you have an idea of what a box of like a standard squad of like tactical Space Marines is, right? Like just 10 guys?
Yep.
Okay, so Warhammer is generally played in like 25, 2,000 point games. A squad of basic tactical Marines is probably somewhere between 150 to 200 points. You know, just a basic trooper squad. How much does that box cost, Pix?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't look. It's been a while since I looked at the prices.
Okay, so this, and let's highball this. So this squad is 10% of your army. Like, this is just like 1/10 of your army. 10 models, 10 unpainted, unassembled, the required glue to fit together models. How much does this box cost?
I think it was like $80.
$80. Not counting paint, glue, brushes, decals, or anything else you want.
I love that I'm guessing and I'm getting it right.
It's like, what sounds absolutely outrageous, but still conceivable?
Yeah, pretty much.
So, okay, that's...
Like, damn it, stop being so predictable.
That's 1/10 your army is $80. So, what's a full army cost you?
Well, sounds to me like around $1,000-ish then.
Oh, that's only if you want the basic troops. If you want the elite boxes or a named character model, so let's see here, a single named character. Okay, so take this fucking thing. This is a Thunderhawk gunship. This is the aerial transport ship of Space Marines. This model is, I believe, somewhere between like 250 and 400 points.
The one we're cleaning right now.
The one we're cleaning right now. This is a model you can field in game. This thing cost you about $150.
Oh, I was about to say 200.
But okay, take that concept. Look at this fucking model. This is a brick with wings. This is not a Gundam. This is not a snap together figurine. This is not a multicolored model. This is fucking a gray ass box you have to glue together. And it can be $150 to $200.
Well, sounds to me like you guys have a lot of money because you all keep buying this stuff and keeping them in business.
Well, I remember, I don't play the tabletop currently. I don't have the fucking time. 2, when I did look at getting back into it, you know what my first response was? When I started.
I'm poor.
Well, yes. But okay, there's got to be a cheaper way to do this. Like,
you look at the price of a 3D model or a 3D printer. There we go.
Well, you know how much a 3D printer costs? Like
anywhere at $300.
Roughly $300 to $200.
I know.
So,
I looked into buying them before.
Yeah. So I could either buy one of these or a 3D printer.
Yep.
Which once again, one of the things I was going to bring up about the designs in this thing, It's incredibly boxy. There's not a shit ton of detail on it. It's a box. It's a brick with wings, which means making a 3D model for that for a 3D printer is incredibly easy.
You don't have to make the 3D model. You just rip this one.
Well, then Games Workshop can get after you for copyright infringement. If you make,
you think they're going to sit there and monitor your crap when you're playing with your friends? They're not doing that.
they try to.
Yeah, how would they pull that off?
Okay, just what the friends know, but once again, it's like the tournament aspect and the shop play is a big thing.
That all depends on the shop owner. If they don't care.
Yeah, I'll give you that. But the bigger tournaments can be fun. And the big tournaments give out fucking good fucking rewards too. Like,
Oh, then just make sure your 3D model is very accurate that they can't tell.
that's kind of the problem Games Workshop's been running into because, guess what? Guess what's really common in a hobby that features a fuck ton of people who do modeling, like model building.
Modelers.
Oh no, custom builds. Like if you ever like seen like custom Gunpla before or stuff like that, the Warhammer community is very big on that because oh yeah, no, Space Marine chapters consist of 1,000 people, and there's hundreds of thousands of, maybe not hundreds of thousands, but there's like tens of thousands of them across the universe in the Imperium. So if you want to make your OC Space Marine like chapter faction, that's completely understandable and might even get made into canon later on if it's good enough.
And then the planet gets blown up. Oh, on it.
Oh my god. You gotta feel sorry for the lamenters.
I don't feel sorry for anyone.
Oh, I love that faction. Like everybody loves and feels sorry for that faction or that group. So, like one of the things like Warhammer does is they do they do big events and then everything kind of spirals out from there. Like a bunch of other characters. You know, like you watch One Piece, you know like how they do like, oh, the Straw Hats did this, and this is how this affects the world and everything.
Yeah.
Kind of bit. That's how Warhammer builds their lore. Like they'll do a big event, and then like you'll see like the repercussions across that in like lore books, other people's books, and all the stuff like that. Like the planet Cadia fell like in the last big lore update, and Chaos got a big fucking win. And it's been like the fallout from that is all the stories that have been going on for like the last 4 or 5 years now. And their events are like few and far between and are always bombastic as fucking hell. Too. Like, because when they do big events, it's not like, oh yeah, no, this character's just coming here to, it's like, no. We have a bunch of super badasses that run around that are basically just one-man armies. 5 of them are going to be in this battle. Like for the Cadia, well, it's like for Cadia, like the guy in charge of its defense was Lord Admiral Creed, not Lord Admiral, Lord High Commander Creed. All right, I forget. Castellan Creed. Considered to be just a regular human, but a tactical genius. He's a man who, like, to the point where, like, a ship like this size could be mass deployed from a subway behind enemy lines. Like, he has plans to just get troops where he needs to have them to fuck the enemy over. And there's just tons and tons of shit, like people like that, just all like all over this planet. So their events feel like a fucking Super Smash Bros. Video game happening. It just gets to be crazy. Although, he's now in a Pokeball, so, meh.
I mean, that's where you put most strategic leaders.
Yeah. Well, what kind of happened with that was, remember the race of zombie, cyborg, Egyptian robots from space?
Yep.
The Necrons. One of the guys that's, like, one of their big characters who's kind of the, you don't fuck with him, it's called Trazen the Infinite. What he is he's a museum curator. Which, alright, that's not too bad. But here's the thing. Remember which country Warhammer's written in?
Nope.
England. What are England museums notorious for?
Being robbed.
Close. They're known for robbing people. Like, English archaeologists, we're going to go to this ancient civilization's, like, sacred site and steal all the things.
Well, they shouldn't have kept him there.
So that's Trazen's gimmick. He's a museum curator who goes out from lore from like other species that have like are significant or incredibly well known, and then collects historical artifacts. So he was literally putting around this like massive super battle, like basically locking up what it's called was a Tesseract labyrinths. They're basically Pokeballs. Anytime he saw something just absolutely nuts or crazy, like with some like incredibly well-known guy do something absolutely heroic, or some unit do some crazy last stand and survive it, he would suck them up and they're now exhibits in his museum.
Well, I mean, that's clever, I guess.
Yeah. So like the Acadians eventually like did lose that battle. So like as Creed's like been like near mortally wounded, seeing the last of his evacuation shuttles off and just kind of going down with the ship on his planet, just kind of resting against the tree, watching everything burn. Trazen literally walks up to him. It's like, you fought valiantly, and your win was in like this. Like you have no shame here, but this is not going to be your time to die. You will be a fine exhibit to the fall of Cadia. And now Creed sits in Trazen's museum, held in a stasis field, forever immobile.
Is he conscious?
No.
Then who cares?
It's like when I say stasis field, I mean it's like he's frozen in time. Like literally, like if it's ever turned off, it'll be like a second has passed for him.
Speaking of a second, like, do you think this is the last stage? Because holy hell, this is like as big as the pyramid.
Yeah, this is the last stage.
Because I'm sitting here like looking at this, and I'm like, damn.
Yeah, we've been at this for 40 minutes now. We're halfway done.
Yeah, well, it's just like when I saw it, because it looks so like
blocky,
like a box with. Yeah, I thought, oh, okay, this won't be so bad. It's just big. Holy crap!
It's big. And this stuff isn't like coming off easy to either. This stuff's like caked on too.
I mean, I'm not having too much of an issue getting it off, but
well, it takes you either have to go with like the small one or the go slowly with the green one, and it's like it's still, even with the small one, it generally takes a pass or two for like a lot of the hard baked out stuff, which there is a lot of.
I'm using the yellow, and it usually comes off like real quick.
Yeah, the yellow is the second smallest one.
I know.
I'm gonna go. I need to move this closer, but like I said, it's
There's just so many angles.
yeah. Like I said, Warhammer can be fun. Games Workshop sucks, and they need to stop fucking it up, please.
They're like, never.
Ugh. It's like, what are you gonna do now? Well, we're gonna make a stupid controversy to get a bunch of the I don't know, what do you want to call that group of people?
Cancer.
Yeah, a bunch of those people pissed off at a franchise they've never heard anything about, while also like making it even harder for like the guy who's trying to do a bunch of the Warhammer pop culture stuff because he loves the franchise and fuck over his favorite faction. It's like, how the fuck do you like? Was somebody just pissed off at him for some reason or something? It's like, why do this?
Because he's making successful decisions with the franchise, and they're jealous.
Or maybe because it's his show is not going to be made on their streaming platform.
Anybody even watch their streaming platform?
No, it's I'm fairly certain it's dead.
Then why do they care?
Because they failed.
They're always gonna fail. They should know this by now.
Well, they don't always fail. Their franchise is still around.
They're rich. Why should they care?
Well, no, the miniatures don't make any money. Like they sell them at a loss.
It's kind of crazy considering how expensive they are.
Yeah, that's the like nobody believes that because you look at fucking Gundam models. There are these articulating, multicolored, snapped together, fucking giant fucking things that have more plastic in a single fucking high grade than an entire box of space fucking Marines. And they'll charge you $20. Where a box of fucking unpainted, you have to glue them together, Ultramarines with like no variants, no decals, cost $80. I'm sorry, but go fuck yourself selling at a loss. Either like I don't know how you could fuck up that badly. Like what is your production method that this has to be the minimum selling price?
Well, you see, every CEO needs a raise every time someone buys a figure. So they have to make up the cost difference.
I don't fucking know. I think that's actually what pushed me into Gundam models so hard. Like I had been playing Warhammer for quite a while, a couple of years at that point. And then my buddy was like, "Hey man, I'm getting into Gundam models. Like these things are even cooler." It's like, okay, yeah, but those must cost a fucking arm and a leg. Like I know how much Warhammer models cost. I can't imagine what this thing cost. Oh, it was $20. Bull fucking shit. Like I don't believe that for a goddamn second. It shows me the model. Like I go to the store, see the model, and it's like, what the actual fuck?
Well, just means Bandai Namco runs their business better.
Apparently.
You know, Agent, you should buy more Bandai Namco products.
I am. Shut up.
Good. Keep doing that because I have stock in them. You're making me money.
I actually heard Bandai Namco wasn't doing too good financially right now for some reason.
I know, but I don't like. I don't. That's why I bought. That's not the reason I bought the stock. It's like, all right, whatever. It's a little low right now. I'm just gonna buy some because it's like
Yeah.
they're not going anywhere. Come on, they own too many awesome franchises. They'd be like, all right, we're running out of money. Release another Elden Ring DLC. We're rich again. Awesome.
Didn't Sandland drop today?
I don't know.
Which I have kind of been looking into that game.
Man, I went looking in to see. So I went looking to see if that Ninja Turtles game was gonna was on Steam as well. Because I was gonna force Kiku to play it with me because I know how much he'd hate it. And I've seen Ninja Turtles game because I see them like, oh, there's a physical copy. Turns out they released 2 Ninja Turtle games. The other one was this arcade game that was in like a few different arcades, but I would have to drive like an hour and a half to get to an arcade that had it, and it never looked that good. And I was like, oh, well, now
Sure.
that's a thing. So I just picked that up, even though I paid more money than it was worth based on the reviews, and I kind of knew it would be bad, but it's like, whatever. That's like the game that I've been paying attention to.
Yep. I actually was at the store today. I saw the Ninja Turtle game. I was tempted to pick it up, but I was like, I wasn't sure if you were wanting to play that like on stream or anything, and what system you wanted to play it on.
Well, so I've already bought it for Steam, and you can just remote play it, so nobody else has to buy it.
Oh, the roguelike?
Oh no, the arcade one. The I don't think the roguelike has a physical copy, does it?
Yeah, it's on Switch.
The other, are you sure? What was the name of it? Okay, hold on. Which version of the Turtles did it have on the cover?
Like the classic?
Like it wasn't the 2012 version?
No, I'm not entirely sure because it's like I saw it in passing.
Yeah, because I was actually at Target earlier, and I looked to see if it was there, and it wasn't, which isn't surprising because nothing where I like a lot of places other than like GameStop and stuff don't get games like day ofs here, which just sucks. But
Walmart's generally, weirdly enough, the best for that most of the time.
yeah, I know it's weird, but I don't really care that much. But yeah, so I saw people posting getting the physical copy, so I thought it was the roguelike, and then when I went to look to see if it was on Steam, and I saw, I was like, oh, there it is. And I looked at the screenshots, like, wait a minute, because they released both at the same time. So I don't think the roguelike has a physical copy. I think that because that was a mobile game originally on Apple.
Yeah,
OS.
that's kind of the thing I'm worried about. It's like this is a mobile game getting a console port. Those generally aren't like great.
No, but the thing is the Ninja Turtles game was an arcade game that came out in like I think 2019 maybe. And apparently from what the reviews have said, like they added 3 extra levels, and it basically the game looks terrible. To be honest with you, they're like it looks really weak.
Yeah,
But it's like whatever. It's just a generic beat 'em up. Like did you ever play that Turtles in Time remake?
I have not played any of the games, but I've seen the show. Yes.
No, it wasn't a show. It was a remake of the arcade game.
Oh
that
yeah,
was,
yeah. I know.
Reshelled.
Yeah, I think I've heard of.
Heard people say that like what people are saying that it's like it's just as bad as that game. Although personally, I didn't think Reshelled was as bad as everyone makes it out to be. Like, it was more of a like It's not that it's bad; it's that it didn't live up to expectations even in the slightest. Like it was like at the time the greatest beat 'em up ever made gets a remake, and you guys made it average.
Yeah. But dub companies doing dumb things. Hey, at least the guys who do the lore and the comics and the stories are good at what they do, right?
Yeah. Like IDW, I mean, So IDW made the tie-in game for the roguelike, and it was as generic as it could possibly be. So I mean, I was like, oh, okay, this is kind of trash.
You mean the comic?
But it, huh?
You said the tie-in game. You mean the tie-in
No,
comic?
yeah, the tie-in comic for the game.
Yep.
So that was kind of trash. But yeah, for the most part, like, IDW does a really good job with the lore. But then again, like there's just their own lore. Like all the Ninja Turtles have lore. One of the games I'm like working on a review for now is the DS game, and it's all over the place with which lore it's using. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be based on the. So like I saw the cover and I thought it was always just like a version of the original Turtles because they called it Arcade Attack, and I'm like, oh, it's arcade, like, so it's like the original Turtles. But when you get in there, the cutscenes are all the Mirage comic Turtles, and the gameplay and the worlds and designs are all the 2012 Turtles, and I'm like it's not unusual for them to like have overlap, but based on when it came out and stuff like that, I have a theory that it was originally supposed to be a 2013 Turtles game, or like the last 2012 Turtles game, and they're like, these don't make good money, let's rename it. And they changed the art to make, because like if I look at the knee pads and stuff, I'm like, oh, this is definitely the 2013 Turtles, but they're trying to make it look like it's the more popular 89 Turtles.
Well, I would say the CGI Turtles from the early teens were fairly big when they were big.
This was before them.
Oh, you mean like the 02 Turtles then? Okay.
04.
Was that 4?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, when they went a little darker, a little older for a while.
Yeah. Well, they were supposed to be based off of like the actual comics as opposed to
Cowabunga, boy.
Yeah.
Which I'm okay with. Like,
I mean, that version's what put them on the map.
Yep. Which I've only really seen one Ninja Turtles franchise that was actively bad, so
Which one was that?
the late 90s live action TV show.
Oh, yeah, Next Mutation.
Yeah.
I've only seen a little bit of that one. I actually have that whole series on DVD, and I've had it for years. I've never sat down and just watched it.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't, just because
it's one of those.
I think I told you before. That's the franchise that got me into Turtles. That was my opening experience with that.
Oh, see, I had long since been into Turtles. Long since been into Turtles. I don't know how I got into Turtles.
The movies.
Maybe. I don't know. It was
because
I literally cannot remember a time in my life where I did not like Ninja Turtles.
Well, here's the thing. The cartoon died off in the early 90s. Like, people remember it like, oh, yeah, it was good all through. It's like, no. The cartoon ended in the 90s, like in the late 80s. And then they got the live...
It didn't end in the late 80s. It pursued to the 90s.
Early 90s, okay.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I was just watching a lot of reruns then, I guess.
Probably, because it
was on TV until at least like 96. It had to have been. Because I wouldn't have been old enough to know what I was watching. I absolutely saw it on TV. 100%.
TMNT. Oh, okay. So final episode was 96.
Yeah, someone made a joke that once, like, man, Ninja Turtles started in the 80s and they were around so long the internet was invented.
Yeah. Like, do you remember what year it was released? Like, the original?
No, I wasn't. It's like, the original, I think it was like 87, 86.
87.
I was born.
Yeah, it's like...
Yeah.
It ran for about a decade, but like the movies are what like pushed it into like the big pop culture thing.
Yeah, well, the movies were there before I was born. So like I don't know if the first movie I ever saw in theaters was either Pocahontas or Ninja Turtles 3, whichever one came out first. 'Cause those are the two movie experiences I remember from when I was really, really young.
All right, so the first Ninja Turtles movie came out in '90.
No, it was the third Ninja Turtles movie.
Oh, the third?
Yeah, the third. It was definitely not that one. I was way too young for that.
93.
The third movie came out in 93?
The first movie came out in 90. Came out in 90.
When did the third movie did?
Yeah.
Came out in 90.
No, the first movie came out in 90. The second movie came out in 91. The third movie came out in 90. What did I just say? 93.
93. Okay, well then, when did Pocahontas come out?
All right, let me look up real quick. 95.
They came out the same damn year.
93, 95.
Oh, okay. Derp. I'm getting my nerves mixed up. Okay, so yeah, the Ninja Turtles 3 was the very first movie I ever saw in theaters.
Yep. The worst Ninja... Well, okay, I don't know if we can say it's the worst anymore. How's it compared to the Michael Bay ones?
I think the Michael Bay ones get more hate than they deserve.
I never got a chance to go see them just because I
didn't go see them.
Yeah, it's
wrong.
Yeah, it's like those like the way they look. Just like I hate how the turtles looked in that.
But that's the reason I haven't. I heard that the new Ninja Turtles movie is really good.
Oh yeah, the animated one.
I hate those designs. I just hate them. Like I saw that when I was at Target today. I saw it was on Blu-ray, and I was sitting there going, I could get this now and watch it, but like I hate their designs. I even see even looking at their 2D versions for like their new like Tales of TMNT cartoon. I hate those designs. I just hate them.
Okay. Well, what do you think about the what was the last one Nickelodeon did?
The 2012 series?
No, Rise of the TMNT.
So, I didn't watch it. The designs were off-putting to me, but I've seen some fight scenes, and it's like it looks like the animation makes up for it. And the more I've looked at those designs, the more they grew on me. So it's on my I want to watch it list.
Oh, I recommend that one. Like the only complaint I have about the series is it ended too soon.
I've heard that people complain about that a lot.
Well, COVID killed it.
That's a shame.
Yeah. Because it has the same problem all Ninja Turtles franchises have when they first start. It's compared to all the previous Ninja Turtle series, like at their peak.
Yeah.
Like so many people seem to forget none of the Ninja Turtles franchises started off great. It takes them a little while to get their footing, get their lore down. Like they do have a bit filler, a bit of character building.
Actually, I thought the IDW series started out really strong, like really strong.
A bit shows.
Oh, okay. Well, the funny thing is, Next Mutation should have been better in that sense because it started out with the idea that you've already watched the cartoon. That's why it's called Next Mutation Ninja Turtles. They're not teenagers anymore.
Well, that wasn't even part of the fucking Well, okay. Do you know what episode 1 of that show involves?
Him beating the Shredder, I think.
Yeah, completely. He's taken out of the franchise.
I mean, so to be fair, the very, very, very first Ninja Turtles comic ever by Mirage, the first issue, they kill Shredder.
Yeah, okay, I can understand that, but here's the thing: it's the Ninja Turtles have too much lore and fandom built around that.
But No, because the 2000. I haven't seen it, but I know for a fact that the 2003 version of Turtles has 3 different shredders, and the I know there's like 3 different shredders. Like freaking I know that Raphael becomes the shredder at one point. It's like they have a lot of shredders.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. Well, here's the thing. You know what? In the '02 series, '03, or where the early 2000 series, it took them, I think, 5 or 7 seasons to get to the second shredder. And even then, he was built up over like 3 seasons.
Yeah, no, I understand. Like, don't get me wrong, I get it. I'm just saying, like, killing off the shredder, like,
I'm trying to say it's not an opening move you want to make.
I mean, like I said, the original comic started that way. I get that he's iconic, but if you're going for a different, so like, I'm pretty confident that that version of the Turtles was designed to take place after the cartoons. So they were like, the idea was that you just watched 12 seasons of this cartoon with this villain. We're switching villains, so they're getting rid of him.
It was made with the assumption that you had watched some of the cartoons and knew the lore, but not all.
I mean, there's not that much lore to know in that sense. It's Shredder bad, Ninja Turtles good.
Well, I mean, okay, then where's Krang? Because he's not, because the thing is in the next mutation, the Shredder was a gang leader. Like, he basically had an army of ninja.
I mean, realistically speaking, if you want to go for that argument, you could say it was just a continuation of the original movies then.
They killed him in the movies.
You're right.
Like,
I don't know. Krang isn't Krang, like, so one of the
so that was the
crossover with Batman and the Ninja Turtles. They start messing with time, and Krang is the villain in it. And he says one of the things about the original universe is that there is no original Krang.
Yeah, I very much understand that. But like I said, it's the problem with Next Mutation is it doesn't fit into the cartoon lore. It doesn't fit into the movie lore. It's technically its own thing. And they opened it with introducing and then killing the new Shredder.
Well, I mean, Shredder's not going to be the villain in that series, so...
Yeah, that's kind of like, yeah, no Shredder this time around, guys. We're just going to get rid of him.
Okay, so the Michael Bay movies, right? You know that the Shredder was originally not supposed to be a ninja in that movie?
Yeah, he was supposed to be like a tech guy or something.
Yeah, but because the Ninja Turtle fans were like, no, he's supposed to be a Rokusaki from Japan, they like edited him in there. So they were too afraid to like just run with what they were going with. And for what it's worth, I get both of them, because like that villain would have made a good Shredder, but at the same time it's like, well, that's not Shredder. And it's like, okay, I don't know. It depends on how serious you want to get about it. I mean, like,
here's
the
the
general
thing.
concept is there's so many TMNT continuities.
I can understand that. The problem is he is the face villain. He's the villain everybody knows. If you want to like completely change him up, you can do that, but you'd have to give more build up to it, and you can't like have that be your key point.
There's the thing about that is, yes, Shredder is the main villain, but I would put massive amounts of money that any casual TMNT fan couldn't even tell you his real name. Or what he looks like without the armor on.
Yeah, no, I'll give you that.
So, as long as he's like shows up in the costume and the stuff, he could be the Shredder.
Yeah, I think that was just a PR fucking up on that one. Just one of those. No,
they just gave in to the fans, like the angry fans.
Well, it's like
just keeping with their vision.
I think if he would have kept it secret on who Shredder was going to be, and have it be like a surprise villain, it would have been better.
Yeah, they should.
But like, don't advertise Shredder's going to be a tech. It's like, no, it's like the big plot twist I wanted to be built up. don't show me that because now it's just stupid.
Yeah, it's funny because then when they brought him back in this, they brought the like that the Shredder back in the second movie. He had like he has proper lines and he actually feels more like the Shredder. And they immediately have Krang freeze him and knock him out, and he's gone for the rest of the movie.
Yeah.
He never mattered.
Yeah, it's. I don't know. It's like I said. The problem is when you have your well-known characters, if you're going to do something crazy with them, you can't really advertise that, or it's going to piss people off. You have to.
Well, there's also the concept that the Shredder is technically a title. Not yeah. So I feel like that has more flexibility. It's like the concept with like Spider-Man, Miles Morales, and Peter Parker. People made a big fuss. Like, well, look at I am perfectly fine with Miles Morales being Spider-Man. I am not okay with Miles Morales being Peter Parker. Those are each their own character.
Yep.
But Spider-Man, that's technically a title, sort of.
Yeah. Well, they already learned from the mistakes they did with the Clone Saga and Ben Reilly.
Yeah, I get it, but like that's one of the things people need to understand when it comes to these kind of characters. If you are going to replace the character, or like you want to, like I know like they have the whole thing where they like change the races and stuff like that. It's like just make a new character and give them the title. Don't change who the person is. You know what I mean? Because Miles Morales is a great character.
Yeah. And have them build up to it. Just don't give them the fucking title. Like, this is this person now.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you honor the character that came before them, and let them pick up the mantle. That way, people will love the character because you're honoring the who came before it.
Yeah, like fucking Rhodey and goddamn as Captain America. Holy fuck! Is like I love Rhodey as like that. It's like, and he fucking earned it throughout the whole thing too.
I never actually watched the end of it, so I don't really know. But yeah,
you never saw Endgame?
Nope.
Oh.
It's like, so I when I lived in Pittsburgh, I had a comic book friend who I went to all the movies with, and then when I moved away, I didn't have anyone to watch them with here, so I kind of ended up I wasn't going to theaters by myself. So at the time, so I was like, screw it, and I just didn't get caught up, and I basically I'm really, really far back. The one time I wanted to try and catch up, I could not find a place where they were like the movies were so scattered that I was like, hell with this.
Oh, they're all at Disney Plus now.
Yeah, I'm not paying for Disney Plus.
Yeah, I either need to start using that or drop it.
It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I wouldn't mind going back and watching those movies, but it's a lot of movies, and I'd be paying for a lot of time to find like how long it would take me to watch that many movies, because I kind of want to watch them all from the start, again.
Ugh.
I know, I understand, but it's one of those things where I just kind of like want to.
Yeah, I can understand. It's like the early movies are just rough.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's just one of those ones where I'd want to do it anyway. That, or do that thing where people do it like the timeline style, like where you watch it like instead of the movies in order, you watch it like like the Captain Marvel takes place before everything, so you watch that first.
Well, Captain America, but yeah.
I think the only one I saw later was Captain Marvel because my friends asked me to, like my coworkers asked me to go with them. I was like, sure, I'll go see it. And it wasn't very good.
No, it's not. It kind of misses its own point of its story and characters and some bit.
Yeah, I didn't like the end. I didn't like the whole movie. They make it look like she'd fallen down, then at the end, they're like she pulled herself up every time. It's like that's not the hero's journey. If she could pull herself up every time, then who cares? It should have been she failed all those times as a kid, and now she got the strength to stand up. That's called growth.
No, she was always strong. She just realized she needed to stop listening to other people.
That That had nothing to do with her. That had nothing to do with her getting up when she was younger.
Yeah, it's
Bad writing.
Yeah, no, it's. Oh shit! This one actually does fucking move. You can move the wings.
I'm surprised I didn't realize that, considering how much I was standing on the wings.
Not the lower ones, the upper ones.
But yeah, obviously I've been spoiled on everything that happens in all of them.
Yeah, but yeah, no. For one of the things at the end of Endgame was Cap passes on his shield to Rhodey,
Yeah, I know.
and it's like, oh yeah, no, that's perfect right there.
Wait, but why Rhodey though? Why wasn't it Bucky?
Um, Bucky was still kind of recovering. Like he didn't want to be called Captain America, and he was like still out in the Wakanda stuff.
Yeah, but wasn't Rhodey like? Isn't he War Machine?
Or not Rhodey, Sam.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Yeah, the guy that was always with Cap, that always had his back.
okay, that makes more sense. I was sitting there thinking to myself, because I'm picturing Rhodey this whole time when you're saying that. I'm
Yeah,
like,
no, it's like I
why would
realized
you-
after I said it, like, oh no, it's the other military guy.
yeah, see, that's more acceptable. I'm just like Rhodey, that's yeah.
Yeah, no, Sam on the other hand, fuck, it like was it Falcon and Winter Soldier, the spinoff they got? That whole show was like, yeah, he got the shield and then was like, no, I don't deserve this. I'm not Cap. I'm not that good.
Yeah, you're not, because Cap was a freaking super soldier. Kind of hard to compete with that.
Well, not just like how good of a soldier, like, well, not like how like
I know morally. I mean, but like the concept that he's comparing himself to a literal super soldier.
Yeah, well, it wasn't even like he wasn't thinking he was as good military. It's like I could never live up to the legacy of Cap. Like I could never be as righteous or as good as he was. It's like no man was as good as that guy was. Which I heard he got brought into the new X-Men show too. Captain America.
The new I haven't watched it.
86, yeah, or 96.
You know, so I never been that big an X-Men fan. I did watch that show a bit as a kid, but I caught different episodes and I never understood what the hell was going on.
Yeah, it does kind of suffer the problem of it was kind of an ongoing story for like a lot of arcs in that.
I mean, that's perfectly fine, but yeah, but like most things I'd watched back then was pretty syndicated.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
kind
one
of
of these I don't. And X-Men's like dealt like X-Men treated you like much older than I was. So
yeah. And the show still holds up from like because a bunch of my friends went back and rewatched it just for the new show, and they've all been like, oh yeah, it still holds the fuck up.
that's good. Remember, I had like one episode on VHS or something.
Yeah.
I don't even know where I got it from. It was funny. The arcade game isn't actually based on that series.
Just the art was.
Well, no. So the game is actually based on the pilot for that series, which was different.
Oh yeah.
Because if you watch the pilot show, it's actually the same exact versions of those characters with like Dazzler and stuff in those costumes and colors.
Oh yeah. Hey, but it's got so many guys' first, cartoon crushes with Rogue.
Wasn't mine.
Oh yeah, no, that that was the start of my love for redheads.
Huh, ironic. Mine was also a red. My first one was also a redhead.
No,
Misty from Pokemon.
yeah, it kind of moved on to that. It's one of
It's
those.
funny because I was actually, I was looking at the con I'm going to tomorrow, and I was looking at who the guests were, and then I got an email about the con I usually go to in June, and the voice actor for Misty is actually going to be there.
Oh
I was like,
wow!
oh damn. Also expensive to get signatures for. Holy crap!
Oh yeah, that's.
But I think his name is Don Bluth is going to be there. Spike Spiegel.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at him like, damn, $50 for him. But I was like, holy crap! I wish I had like a figurine of like. I know that they have. I don't really care for Funko Pops all that much, but I've heard that they have like a Toonami Tom one, and I was like, now I would like to get that and have him sign that.
Oh, did Don Bluth also do that guy? Oh yeah,
Yeah,
probably because he also did Shinji from fucking Evangelion.
He was also
Everybody. He was fucking everybody.
He was a scientist in Gurren Lagann, yeah. He's in a lot of stuff.
He was the go-to fucking voice actor. Isn't he also like Piccolo or something?
No, that's Chris Sabbath.
Oh, so, yeah, Sabbath, yeah.
But yeah, I know like the one I'm going to tomorrow is gonna have has Catherine from like basically the pink Zero Ranger and the red and the blue Zero Ranger, who's Rocky. And the voice actor for Joey Wheeler will be there.
Oh yeah. Although ironically, I'm more familiar with the abridged series. My brain, like, I default to the
Yeah, my
abridged
brain goes
Joey.
to that too.
No,
Yeah, mine does too.
kind of the problem I've had with like Dragon Ball Z abridged. It's like my brain, like for English dub, my brain goes to the Dragon Ball abridged guys now.
Same here. Well, you know that Chris Sabbath had said if he dies, give Vegeta to
Lanny.
yeah. But I know that at the last con I went to, I got the 87, the voice actor for the 87 Leonardo. I got him to sign a trading card of Leonardo.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and then I put it in the case too quickly and smeared the damn thing. So I went back the next day with a different card, and I told him what happened, and he was like, because I was just gonna buy another signature because he's only charging $20 for a signature, and because that's how these actors make money as well. And it's like, okay, cool. And then when I mentioned it to him, he like immediately turns to a person who's like doing the money because he's like, no, they refund him. I'm not charging him for another signature, and he signed the different card. And I got a photo with him. Which is funny, like he only charged $20. I went and saw Charles Martinet as well. The voice actor for Mario.
Yeah.
He's $50. Also, I wanted to have him sign my Mario trading card. I've been getting like voice actors to sign trading cards because they're designed to be like protected and viewed. So I was like, this makes sense.
No, I can see a lot of that.
Yeah, but Charles Martinet apparently has a contract with PSA grading, and so he will not sign cards. He signs cards to have them specifically graded and sold as graded cards.
Oh wow. I can kind of understand that. 'Cause the problem is like once you hit a certain level too, you have so many people ask you. It's like you have to just charge more to stop like the crazy people from going nuts on you all the time.
Well, I've heard that he like really, really likes his people. I was actually the last person in line, and I could kind of tell that he was just kind of done with it for the day.
Yeah.
So it's like, it wasn't like exactly the best experience, but it's just, whatever. I got a photo with him. Like I know the previous year I had the first time I was going, so the very first time I went to that con and he was there, I was going to get him to sign my copy of Mario 64, but. Okay, so it's funny because I'm sitting in the line, and the line is so damn long. And ironically, it's in the concert hall, so I got to watch a Crush 40 concert. So, I'm sitting there waiting for Mario's voice actor, and I get to watch Sonic's singer. But, so I'm watching it, and get halfway through the line and finds out that for these people you had to pay in cash. And I'm like, well, I didn't bring cash, so I just get out of line. So I never got my copy signed.
Oh, that kind of sucks.
Yeah. But I know I've also gotten like the English voice actress for Asuna. I got her to sign a card of Asuna as well.
Oh, cool.
So it's like, I was just thinking because I was like, do I even have any like things for like the others to sign? It's like I don't know. It's kind of neat because I'd kind of like to get those cards graded so they're like, because I don't know how grading works when it comes to signatures. I know it's like they don't it doesn't count the same way, but it's like it would put them in that nice protective case, and I'm like, oh man, that'd be cool to have.
Okay, we have ladders, right? All right, yeah, we do.
Yeah, but there's so many like to do the different voice actors. They're so expensive, like $50 usually for a signature.
Damn.
I mean, it depends. Like,
Hey, just think about it. When those old guys finally die, it's going to shoot up in value.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking like, because like I don't have anything for the ones tomorrow, so I don't know if I'm gonna buy. They also always sell like pictures and stuff that you can just buy right there and have them sign, like posters and things like that.
Yeah, think about like what a Toriyama side manga is like right now.
Yeah. Well, my just general thought is like I can't remember who I know they said like Joey Wheeler's voice actor will be there tomorrow. But I'm thinking about the one that's gonna be in June. If I need to like just order a really good Misty card, because I don't think I have any like I have one Misty card.
All right,
Like,
what would you get Joy Wheeler's voice actor to sign card wise?
well, if I had it, which I don't, it would probably be like don't they have a speed duel card of him?
Maybe. I don't know. I think I would go for the Red Eyes Black Dragon.
Yeah, I mean I get that, but it's like it's one of those things where it's not his like I understand the association, but I'd kind of like something that's like directly him, like his character, someone he actually voiced, not something associated with his character.
Yeah, I kind of understand that. Let's see here. Let's take a look here.
I know that they have a Yu-Gi-Oh card with Yugi and Joey on it, like an official card, like Yu-Gi-Oh Friendship or something like that. But obviously I'm not going to be able to get that by tomorrow morning, so it's not really an option.
That's okay, yeah, there is an ID card for Joy Wheeler.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Oh, so one of the other ones that like I think it was it's gonna be at the other con is Sora from Digimon.
Oh, there's a name I haven't heard in a bit.
Yeah.
Although she was probably in the last Evolution movie, wasn't she?
I don't know. I haven't seen it. I'd have to rewatch it.
Oh,
I haven't watched that one yet.
I need to watch that one too. It's just I was expecting it to be a real tearjerker, and it's like,
Well, Prez keeps telling me that it's a masterpiece, and I have to watch it.
So. Oh, I've heard nothing but good things with that.
Yeah, well, the general concept is, I don't know what kind of condition it's in, but I do have like one of those old Sora Topsy cards from way back when. So I thought that would be kind of a fun one to have her sign.
Yeah, no, that would be an interesting one. I'll give you that much.
And then I'd want to get I definitely want to get like the Misty one, and like I guess she also did Nurse Joy. Or maybe it's Nurse Joy and Misty were both going to be there. I don't remember which.
Something like that. And okay, dear God, like this is They're not giving us any slack on these pieces coming down, are they?
Nope.
I was expecting this DLC to be like 2.5 fucking hours.
But considering how short the Final Fantasy VII one was, I was not expecting this to be that long.
Yeah, neither was I. Like, fuck. And Square did actually have the assets to reuse those too. Like, they didn't have to pay for that. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, they could have done the Heir's Church or something.
Oh, that would have been cool as fuck. I don't like. I would like to know the story behind this. Did Game Workshops pay for this, or did they actually try to get it?
I have no idea.
Because like one of the shit/good parts of the Game Workshop business model is they'll license out the Warhammer brand to anybody. Like Games Workshop does not give a shit about brand
Safety.
Yeah. Like, they will literally just, nope. Oh, you want to make a Warhammer game? Go right ahead. We don't give a shit.
As long as it makes us money.
Kinda. Which at the same point has, given the writers and all that shit such freedom to do what they want with the franchise, so.
Double-edged sword.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a mixed bag on that part. At the same time, we get fucking awesome stories and lore bits and comics. But at the same point, everything to do with the actual, business side of the game is, like, a colossal fuck up. Ugh. Although, it gets even stupider than you can imagine, too. Like, Warhammer is technically divided into two different games. Warhammer 40,000 and Warhammer Fantasy. The Fantasy is a lot more generic overall. Where, 40K gets to be a little bit more imaginative with all its weird shit.
Which is weird when you think of how their names are written.
Yeah. Well, I think, like, dark sci-fi isn't as oversaturated as, like, basic fantasy is.
I don't know. So it's one of those points where it's like, fantasy is oversaturated. Like, if you count stuff from, like, older times, it's always going to, like, everything's always going to be oversaturated after a while. It just depends, like, what's popular now, Like,
what's in the pop culture memory currently still?
Yeah, because, like, the general concept is you could literally go back and, like, there's no good mech shows, but you could technically go back and watch all the old mech shows and then bam, like, it's oversaturated. But if you go what's new, then it's not at all,
Yeah. Yep, I could definitely get that. It's just, we haven't had a lot of dark sci-fi in the last...
Because we're living through the dark sci-fi.
We are. We are. It sucks, too, because even Star Trek was trying to get a darker turn to it. And it's like, everybody's like, No, we don't want that in this franchise. So that is the other thing I'm kind of worried about if Warhammer does catch on is this franchise got to be where it is because the writers got to have freedom and have gained enough experience, time, and built off enough of mistakes and bad things before that they've kind of hit a good equilibrium. Like, I'm not going to say everything in Warhammer is great. There are some shit fucking books. Like, if you ever want to get into the Warhammer books, please ask me or somebody else who knows a bit about the lore about where to start. Because there are some books that you should not read. Like, as a fan, I'd specifically say, oh yeah, don't read this.
I haven't even had time to read my Halo novels. I'm like a bunch of those behind.
Well, Halo doesn't have good lore. Have you seen the show?
What, the show?
I was saying Halo doesn't have good lore. Haven't you seen the show?
No, I haven't. The show doesn't count.
But that's the Halo lore.
No, it's not.
I still.
That's an alternate timeline. That's not canon.
Oh, which I've heard that's got a show's after season 2, it finally got canned. Like, there's not going to be a season 3 now.
Good. How dare they do that to the Master Chiefs?
You mean Master Cheeks?
Exactly. The fact that he was called that is proof that this series is terrible. I remember in one of the books, one of the commanders, like the chief, ended up at one of the bases, and he actually did take off his armor because one of the commanders told him to, because she was trying to like speak with him, because like he wasn't a part of their group. He kind of got brought in like after a battle and kind of just got caught in there, and he was like, this is one of the few times where he was at a base where he could actually just rest. Like he was actually just gonna rest and get ready for the next battle. And the head marine was, or the commander chief was like, I want to speak with them. Send him here. And he said, oh, don't bring the armor, because she wanted to like see what she's dealing with as far as a person is, and like try and understand her marine. But that didn't last long. That was like one scene in the entire book.
Yeah, it's
the rest of the time he had armor.
Yeah, the problem is you could have made the argument for this. It's like, oh, that's not how shows do it or anything like that. But the problem is we currently have a fucking great show, or at least it was a great show with the Mandalorian. He is in the armor with the exception, like he has his helmet on in his armor at all times.
Yeah, it's like even at the beginning, the start of the second game begins with Master Chief essentially they're going to an award ceremony, right? And Master Chief and Sergeant Johnson are getting an award, and Cortana goes, "You look nice," and both of them say thank you, and Master Chief's just in his normal armor. Like, it was an upgraded new Mark armor, so he just got put in his brand new armor. But he was like, he went to the awards in the armor. It's not like he's like where Johnson shows up in like, you know, a spiffy award like outfit,
a tuxedo
thing,
kind of thing.
Yeah, like a Marine tuxedo,
dress uniform.
Yeah, dress uniform. So, you know, Master Chief is usually not outside of his uniform, because it's like basically he's a super soldier, but that armor like intensifies his like the so what it is like that armor like works kind of with your like in tangent with your mind a little bit. And like if you don't have genetically altered DNA like the Spartans do, it will break your arms.
Yeah.
So, and the Chief in them are just, the Spartans are always in them because they're always ready for combat. I mean, heck, he takes off his helmet at the end of like Halo 1, and like he just sets it down, but you never actually see it. And all he did was take off his helmet. He didn't like take off the armor. And at the end of I think it was Halo 5, when he returns to Earth or something, he goes in the machine that starts taking off his armor for him, and that's about it.
Yeah. It's the people who did the series just
They didn't care.
you could really tell when somebody does not care about the franchise and are doing this just because
It's someone gave them an opportunity to write, and so they're like, all right, I want to write I want to tell my story, and I just have to base it in their universe with their characters.
yeah. Which I don't know, maybe that's the up point of Warhammer is the franchise is built so you can do that. And it doesn't interfere with anything. It's like, no, don't go right for don't go right for this character. Go make your OC. Go stick him over there and go have him do some shit.
Yeah, I think these people just wanted to write television shows,
Yeah, it's like,
and they just took whatever shot they could get.
hey, on the other hand, the people who do love the franchises that put like a lot of love and care into them are making great shows. Look at Sonic. Look at The Last of Us. Look at what was the other?
Yeah, I know, but like,
Yeah.
so like,
You've seen the meme with like the horse that's like looks beautifully drawn. Like each section
yeah,
they do
Halo's
today.
the only bad one.
Yeah,
Yeah, but when I look at that one specifically, I think I sent you that one.
yeah.
Or I reposted that.
I-
And Halo was the only one that I cared about. Like I've never watched I've never played Fallout. I don't care about Fallout. The Last of Us was like I liked the Last of Us game, but like not enough that I cared enough like to want to go do more, you know?
Yep. Hey, maybe that's what we can do for our next game. We'll get Fallout New Vegas, get the multiplayer mod going, and just do that.
That's gonna be way too long.
How long have we put in this game?
I don't know.
Like, we're over 40 hours now.
That's a good point. I'll give you that. I actually think that's what Mooney's playing right now. I think too.
Power Wash or Fallout New Vegas?
Fallout New Vegas.
Yeah, I think it was, how was it? Fucking, who else? It's one of the other guys I watch does it too. It's like, Jurassic Nate, I think, is also doing that. Or some shit like that. Fallout spiked up, and the thing is, like, when people think good mods, they think like Fallout's the game that has the best mods. Like Skyrim has some good shit. Fallout has the really good shit.
Yeah, I never really cared that much about Fallout, honestly.
Don't like the world, or just never got into it?
Never got into it. I just never cared enough. Like I remember watching my ex play it a little bit, and then I watched some of my friends playing it, and we just kept like murdering people over and over and over, and that was about it. Nothing wrong with it. I just was never that concerned with it in general.
No, I can definitely understand that. Although if I got you, if we did one, we would probably do New Vegas, just because that has the best story.
It's funny. I don't think I've ever. What? It's Bethesda that makes those games, right?
They made all of them except New Vegas.
Because I don't think I've played a single Bethesda game.
You've never played a Bethesda game before?
I don't think so, or at least not the none of their open world nonsense that breaks a lot.
I mean, that's modern, but that's like 2000s plus Bethesda. Like before that, they did a lot more weird things. But I don't think you played anything they did back in the 90s.
Yeah, I feel like I might have though. Yeah,
like
sure.
That's still Fallout and Elder Scrolls games, but
Yeah, I've never played Fallout. I've never played Elder Scrolls. We were watching my ex play a little bit of Elder Scrolls. She went into like that thing where you go full assassin, where she could just stand in front of someone and they just don't see you.
That's kind of what you do with Oblivion. Or no, yeah, it's Stealth Archer is the default fucking Elder Scrolls build.
So I've heard. I don't know. I've just never been. I don't know. It's just never appealed to me all that much, honestly.
You've never been a big open world kind of guy.
Yeah, I need some level of direction. If you just sit there and say, "Hey, go off and do your own thing," I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop caring real fast.
That's why I kind of recommend New Vegas, because a lot of Bethesda's ones are very, oh yeah, we're gonna start you off with like a basic story, and you're gonna kind of explore the world at your own pace and do kind of your own thing, and then it's like,
Yeah.
Then the main story is like yeah, the main story is kind of an afterthought. On the other hand,
that's the problem.
Yeah. Well, that's let's say New Vegas is such a good one because that one very much is no, you're going to do the main story until you get to a point where you need to the world kind of opens up and then you kind of go do your own things. Cuz like the town you start in you can basically most Bethesda games, pick a cardinal direction or they'll start you on like the edge of the map so you have to go this way. New Vegas kind of starts you in the middle, which you can go north, south, east, west kind of bit, just kind of everything else. If you go to, what was it, the west, barren wastelands with a bunch of fucking rad scorpions that'll just eat your face in. If you go to the east, it's possible, but it's going to be very hard. It's just filled with fucking raiders and other shit that'll kind of stomp you. If you go north, you'll find the Deathclaw Valley, which, are you familiar with, like, Deathclaws in Fallout?
Nope.
Deathclaws, for the, they've kind of nerfed them because they like them to be more, like, franchise-focused, but, Deathclaws are generally, like, the in-game elite boss, like, not like boss monster most of the time, but, like, oh, if you see a Deathclaw, time to break out all of your big guns. So if you go north from the starting area, you will walk into a valley that's filled with them. And when I mean, when you see one, you break out all your big guns. I don't mean like you see a couple of them. I mean, if you see one, you go, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. And if you go north in New Vegas, you run into like 6 of them.
Blah.
So the game is very much telling you, yeah, if you want to, you could go around, have fun trying.
I understand. Just,
Follow the main story.
I get it. Just, I don't know. I've just never found myself all that interested.
Oh, you're below me. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah,
I love that they put all these candles here, and I'm running past them with the power washer, and it's not like putting out the fire at all.
yeah. Those are the sacred candles to appease the machine spirit.
And are immune to water, because we all know that's what machines are, immune to water.
Yeah.
Holy hell.
Hey, we're getting close. We're at 92%.
Yeah, say what you want about that final temple. At the very least, a lot of it was just going up a straight line and stuff. Having a hard time getting to some of these things.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Like this might honestly be it for the night. Is we end on Warhammer.
Yeah, I understand that.
Ugh.
I was not expecting this one to be this brutal.
Neither was
I was
I.
like, oh,
I thought those were
when
gonna.
they showed the picture, I was like, oh, when I saw this ship, I was like, oh, it looks like a bunch of straightaway things. This should be like relatively simple. I was wrong.
Yeah, with how intricate this fucking model is, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, for a box with wings, it's got a lot of crap. Also got an interesting one thing I was thinking about in this with this game is that like we're cleaning like everything, you know, everything. And my thought is like, why are we cleaning? Like, it's just kind of weird that it's like caked from every little centimeter, like in every single stage, instead of like certain like parts being caked as opposed to everything, you know.
They flew it through a honestly, they probably orbital dropped this son of a bitch.
I know, but
That's
like when you think about some of the places in the main story, it's like, how the heck did like every
yep.
inch of every area get covered?
Yep. It's actually one of the funny things actually I like. So this is a Blood Angel ship. One of the things the Blood Angels are known for is that they're jetpack troopers.
Helldivers.
Kind of. But they're also, when I say jetpack troopers, they'll also drop from orbit in jetpacks.
Yeah, Helldivers.
Yep. Well, that also includes their tank. So that big tank the first thing, oh, I forgot I could do that. Like the first tank we cleaned, they'll drop that from orbit.
Nice.
And guys will ride down on top of it.
Well, obviously you can't not do that.
It just reminds me of like one of the first pieces of like fandom art that I came across that I just absolutely loved. It showed one of those tanks being dropped from orbit with like a Blood Angel like Space Marine on top of it. It is just playing the guitar. It's like, you will never be cool. You know, you will never be as cool as a Blood Angel riding a Land Raider Redeemer from orbit while playing the guitar.
I'm cooler than that will ever be.
Yeah. Yeah. They even have a special rule for that kind of play. It's called their army's special tactic, the Descent of Angels.
I mean, that sounds cool.
Like I said, that's one of the things you kind of get with Warhammer is it's stupid, but it's also like that stupid cool too. Like
It's that it's unrestrained.
Yeah. Like one of the things everybody used to laugh at and love is Marnius Calgar, the kind of captain of the Ultramarines, not their Primarch, but like the guy underneath him. His weapons of choice are his dual power fists. Like you know Vi from League of Legends?
Yeah.
Think that. But because he's so strong, a special rule he had is he gets a +1 to strength on attack rolls. So like D&D kind of things. So when he hits somebody, you know, he's so like just raw powerful, it does more damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rules as written, when he does damage, he does extra damage because he's so strong. Those power fists of his have guns built into them. So because he's so strong, the guns in his fists hit stronger.
So it's kind of like Yang in Ruby.
Yeah, it's basically that.
Oh, did you see that Ruby's got renewed?
And they're looking for somebody to pick it up. Apparently, Warner Brothers has let it go, which is
Okay, so I didn't actually follow the whole thing on it, but yeah.
So from the sound of it, it sounds like Warner Brothers does actually own the rights to Ruby, or they're at least letting them go out and do other stuff since they don't want to renew it themselves.
I mean, that's how it should be. It's like, if you're going to buy a franchise and then just let it die, like, oh, we're just going to sit on it. No. Like,
You
you
mean like
didn't let the series finish. Let someone else finish it if you're not going to.
you mean like EA?
Yeah.
It's like why did you buy all these fucking franchises if you don't want to use them? Oh, we didn't want all of them. We just wanted this one, and it was cheaper to buy the company than it was to buy it by itself. Why? Because we get all these other great IPs with them. But you're not doing anything. Yeah, but we could. Are you? No. But
That costs money.
just like go fuck yourselves. Honestly, that's been one of the things I've been so happy with the Embracer Group breaking up.
I don't know what that is.
The Embracer Group was a video game conglomerate that owned a fuck ton of franchises.
What franchise did they own?
They owned companies. They owned toys for. Okay, let me look this up because this was actually something pretty big. Okay, so they owned, let's see here. Alone in the Dark, Aura, Black Mirror, Borderlands, Brothers in Arms, Codename Panzer, Darksides, Desperado, Destroy All Humans, Deus Ex, Duke Nukem, Homeworld, Jagged Alliance, Legacy of Kain, Metro, Panzer Elite, Red Faction. Oh, Saints Row, Thief, Time Splitter, Tomb Raider. Oh yeah, they bought Crystal Dynamics. Yeah. Let's see here. Oh dear mother of fucking God. But yeah, so a lot. Red Faction, for fuck's sake. That's why we haven't got any more of those.
You really didn't name a single franchise I care that much about.
Okay, how many franchises do you actually care about?
Most of them are Nintendo, honestly.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like you are a bit of a nerd, but you are a very particular nerd.
Yeah, love my Final Fantasy, Zelda, Mario, stuff like that. I mean, like, most of the ones I know of, all the ones that you mentioned, for the most part, but I haven't. And I even own some of the games. Like, I own the Thief game, but only because I got it for $5.
Yeah,
I own a Duke Nukem game, but only because I got it from a Goodwill.
they just have a lot of franchises that are well loved that just haven't gotten love in a very long time. And it's been irritating because, hey, this is a franchise I love. Like, please do something with this.
No. We bought this to keep it from you.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. But it feels like a lot of companies that have been doing that are starting to get fucked.
Yeah, because they're paying a lot of money for these franchises, and then they're not making any investment money back on their investments.
Oh yeah, once again, they let the franchises sit dormant for so long, people stop caring. And then when it stops making the money, problem is when a lot of these companies do that, they will fucking like when they finally do sell it off, like somebody who actually gives a damn about the franchise will pick it up, do something really good and make money off of it. And then every other company that owns a franchise like that is like, oh shit, like these people really want this kind of stuff. I guess we shouldn't sell it then. It's still worth money. Well, you gotta do something? No. We really don't think we can invest in enough time and money to make this worth it. Well, you gonna sell it? Well, no, it's worth money.
How dare you expect business people to be logical with their decisions?
It feels like they play themselves more than they play their customers at this point. Which, you know, for as much as I hate Games Workshop, that's one thing I will give them. It's, oh, you want to make a game? Like, they don't hold on to this franchise at all. You want to make a game in the Warhammer universe? Like, I think you just have to put Games Workshop's name in the title. Like, pay them a bit of the profit. I don't even know if they charge you for the license. Honestly.
I mean, that's giving them part of the profit is basically paying for the license.
Yep. Well, I mean, like, from what I understand, most of the time, if you want to, like, buy into a franchise, like, start making stuff in a franchise, you have to pay a licensing fee out of the gate. It's not like,
yeah, the if it doesn't make money, we still make money fee.
Yeah. Where Games Workshop has been a, no, go make game and then we make money. Which, on one hand, we've gotten some shit games. I mean, some shit games. On the other hand, we've also gotten plenty of fun cameos, a lot of interesting concepts, and a lot of games that have done decently well, actually. Like, I am legit excited for Space Marine 2 later this year. Even though that is the most generic shooter name you could possibly have, I think.
That?
Space Marine.
Oh, yeah. I guess I'm kind of excited to play the new Paper Mario, but I don't care that much because I still have the old one.
It's a remake, so
I know, but it's not like it's gonna be that different. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen it. It looks really good, of course, but not like, oh my god, it's like a new thing, you know?
yeah. I'm kind of debating on doing that for my 24-hour stream for my anniversary.
Remember, I played the original when I was younger. Like, the first time I got really sick and I was like hospitalized, but I was at home for like 3 weeks straight. I remember like playing that game so much.
Oh yeah, no, it's like I've actually gone through it. Like, I think it was a little while back, but I went through and beat like the original Paper Mario on stream. So
It's been a while since I played that. I have it. I have it on.
I actually managed to kill Bowser with the rock.
Yeah, I know that on the like with the DS the 3DS game Sticker Star, which I know isn't like that well loved. But I actually beat Bowser on turn 1.
Oh, you just threw a bunch of the held items or consumable items at him, I'm guessing?
No, so you have all your attacks are based around your stickers, right? And what
Yeah.
they can do. Well, I made sure to get a couple of the stickers that lets you basically you can use the jump attack until you miss.
You
So
know,
there's no limit.
funny enough, there's an attack in the original Paper Mario that does the exact same thing, and that's the best way to beat Bowser. 'Cause I think it's like you could two attack beat him or something like that, or it's something outrageous. Although I think they patched that out in the Switch update.
Oh, you mean in number 2, not number 1?
No, number 1. Number 2, the way they got around that was they gave the boss 1 armor. So when you jump, basically, because it was he does 3, 2, then 1 damage. So by the time you got down to 1 damage, it wasn't hurting the boss anymore.
I don't remember that.
You said I thought you said you never played Thousand Year Door.
No, I did play Thousand Year Door.
Okay, yeah. The thirstiest Mario game.
I haven't played it since it came out.
If you go back,
I was literally really sick.
Thousand Year Door?
Yeah, I literally got hospitalized after I played it.
Yeah.
They weren't related, but I was playing it because I was sick and I had nowhere to be or anything to do.
Yep. No, it's one of those things where if you go back and as an adult and look at the show, the game, it's a horny fucking game.
Eh. That's funny considering it's Mario.
Oh, it's outrageous, like one of the things people are kind of doing. It's hey, because you remember the what was it, Goombalina or something like that in that game?
Uh-huh.
Goombas will actually do cat calls to her in the original.
Goombella.
Yeah. It's hey, baby, come on, join us. Ignore that stupid plumber.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that they're gonna change with the remake.
Apparently it's a more direct translation than the previous one was, and they tried to toe down the what would you call that, the horny.
That sounds like a downgrade to me.
Yeah, so we'll see on that one.
I just know with Sticker Star, Bowser had this thing where you could I literally took him out, but so it wasn't it was sort of the first. It was I did the whole thing and then an animation cutscene hit, and then it was okay, then it's back to turn. And I made sure to bring a couple of those things, but so let me go immediately, and I instantly did it again. And then third cutscene happens, and then I did it again, and it's well, you have to finish him off with this attack. So I released it and then used that attack like I'm supposed to, and then I won. So I didn't even get I basically beat him on turn 1.
Oh yeah, so yeah.
I've only played this. So I remember I rented Paper Mario twice as a kid, and I wasn't able to beat it. So, but I ended up when my computer was broken, I ended up getting the download on the Wii, and I ended up just beating it on the Wii.
Oh yeah, that game did have a Wii port, didn't it?
Yep.
I don't know. I like the majority of the Paper Mario games. It's just ever since Thousand Year Door, the team who does it just does not know how to do RPG mechanics. It's what was it like in Sticker Star? They act like since attacks and stuff are stickers, it's technically punishing you for participating in like random like basic battles.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
There is
so
no reason to fight like basic enemies in that game. It feels like.
I mean, you still like level up and stuff, but I know what you mean because like it's more like it does that thing where people save their best weapons, like people like I got an elixir, but I'm saving it, and then they never use it. It's that kind of scenario. But like the best ones, they let you like go like save in this little like area of yours. You can just keep going to get them, and you can like go return to areas again and again.
Yeah, but it's like, what is Sticker Star the first or the second one?
The fourth one.
No, I meant like the sticker series because I know it's like
There's only one Sticker Star. So it goes like this. It's Paper Mario, then Thousand Year Door, then
Super Paper Mario.
Yep. Then it's Sticker Star. Then it's.
I don't think Sticker Star had a leveling system.
I don't remember. It's been so long.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't have a leveling system. That's what pissed me off. So random, like the base encounters, only get you more stickers,
I was thinking it gets you like money and stuff.
which you spend to buy more stickers.
Yep.
So what's the fucking point then?
I don't know.
Like that's the problem. It's like I'm doing this to get more stickers I'm using stickers to get more stickers. All right, why don't I just get like a couple really good ones and save those? Well, no, you don't do that. Why not? Because that's not how you do it. It's like, no, shut the fuck up. That's how I'm going to do it. Like, if part of your game's mechanics are not playing your game, go fuck yourself. Like, it feels like it's actively punishing you for participating in the game.
I mean, I don't care about random battles, so
I mean, I don't. I like to skip them too, but I don't feel like I should be punished for those. I feel like they should be something I have to get through to get to the boss, but still feel rewarding. Not like, oh yeah, no, you don't. Fighting is actively detrimental to playing the game.
yeah, random battles have never felt rewarding.
They've never good, but they get you levels. They get you some stuff. It's just like, it's like
You just want to grind for levels.
Okay, a little piece of me does, yes, but like random encounters should be neutral at best. They should never be punishing.
There's been plenty of random encounters that are punishing. Tonberries are random encounters in Final Fantasies.
Yeah, but they generally drop good loot or give you a fuck ton of XP.
Yeah, but they're like, you take so much damage, they're almost not even worth it. Kind of like whenever I run into a Marlboro in the older games, I'm like, nope.
Fuck, run.
The amount of status effects and crap, unacceptable. Not fight these. I pretty much just, when it comes to like random, I'll usually fight random battles, but usually if I could find a one that's like could go down really easily, like that I could like super easily cheese, then I'll do that and just stick to destroying those.
Yep.
Hey, we're finally at 99%.
Oh. And we're still like nowhere near done.
How many are left?
We've got to the 99%, but we're on the detail work now.
Yeah. Well, I've been doing the detail stuff for a while.
Yeah, that's like. I know, like we're at the point where we're starting to hump for stuff, and normally we're like at not like 80, 90, like 80, 70 when we're at that point.
I'm not hunting for stuff. I still see a lot of crap over here.
Yeah. Well, yes, because you're on the undercarriage. I'm only just now getting to that myself, so.
Jeez, there's a lot of undercarriage stuff.
Yeah, I was hoping you would have had more of this done.
I was trying.
Yep.
There's just so much of it.
Yep.
Plus, the angles are kind of weird.
Yeah. I'm noticing that too. Actually, one of the games I was going to ask if you wanted to try is any like the yeah. Almost had to sneeze there. Any of the Final Fantasy games.
Which ones?
Well, like I know there's that remake of one that's like an action game.
Pretty sure you have to have 3 people for that.
No, I've seen it with 2.
Oh,
Like
okay.
Grant.
I actually had that on PS. I have that on PS5. Actually, I got it for like $20
Nope, you're gonna rebuy it on PS4.
on PS4. Wait, it's on PS4.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know. If I got it, it would have to be PC.
I would say because like I didn't think it was on PS4.
I don't remember, but
It might be. I don't know.
like that, like if we could get the emulator to run it, like 9 would be fun.
That game is 2-player.
That game actually it's technically it's only combat, but yeah, the game does have multiplayer.
Weird. I'm surprised that those are. I'm surprised. I mean, I guess Final Fantasy V is the same way. Just kind of surprised that they would do that.
Well, they wanted. I think 9 was getting a little bit more complex with the active time system, or active. What was it ATB? Active time battle. Yeah, ATB. And they were like, oh hey, if you actually want to keep that on, just switch it so your buddy controls 2 of the other characters. Because I know like they made it so like a lot of characters have not only like magic but like abilities too, if I remember correctly.
I don't know. I haven't played 9.
See, 9 was my first Final Fantasy game.
Is it your favorite?
Kind of.
I saw someone posting something earlier on Twitter saying, "What is your first Final Fantasy and what's your favorite?" I'm testing a theory, and I've heard that theory before. There's a theory that your first Final Fantasy is your favorite, and a lot of people's first is usually like 7, 8, or 9.
Yeah, no, that's very much it.
Which is funny because I keep hearing people talking about that, and like, yeah, I love 7, 8, or 7, 8, or 9 being the first. I'm generally surprised I don't hear more often people saying that 10 is their first. I feel like with how successful the PS2 was, there would have been more.
Well, I think 10 was a launch title.
It might have been. I don't remember.
And it's a lesson Square seems to not learn is new games on newer consoles tend not to do as well.
10 did well.
10 did well, but not as well. Like the problem they're having with like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is it sold literally at half the speed that Remake did.
Yeah, a remake also came out when the pandemic was happening, so people needed stuff to do. It was also the big
PS4 was at the end of the PS4's life cycle. When we're still kind of towards, would you say we're towards still towards the beginning of the PS5's life cycle?
No.
Okay, I'll kind of give you that.
It feels like that because nobody could get one for like the first 2 to 3 years of the damn thing. But it's been out for like 5 years now.
Yeah, I don't know. It's you can still get PS4 games in like Walmarts and stuff like that.
Yeah, I
And,
know. They because of the pandemic and crap, the big switch to the what would have been the PS5 taking it over kind of never really
took
happened.
off, yeah. It's kind of had what the PS3's launch kind of problem had.
The PS3, well, the PS3 was just so damn expensive, combined with like the PS2 is so successful.
Yeah, and it was so much cheaper too. I think
But
even at launch, I think the PS2 was like $300.
yeah, it was because so I had saved up for the PS2 for like a whole year, right? And I saved my Christmas money and my birthday money, and I go and I buy PS2, and I'm like so excited, but I don't have any money for a game for it, and so and then ironically, then like a month later, it drops down to $200. I'm like, damn it. So so then I basically because I spent all my birthday money and all my Christmas money, and my birthday's in February, I end up having to wait literally all the way till the next Christmas before I finally have a game for it.
Well, that'll teach you.
Well, oh yeah, teach me for saving up for half a year.
Well, not to
Like,
get a
oh no,
console without like any games you want on it though.
well, yep, it didn't occur to me. Mind you, I could still play my PS1 games on there, and I had a DVD, but yeah, I ended up then like for Christmas, I ended up getting Final Fantasy X, Kingdom Hearts, Dragon Ball Z Budokai, and a memory card. Come on, where's the stuff for this? What do we have left on here? Turbo laser, destructor vent armor, understand armor.
Oh, come on. Where is the fucking parts that are still dirty on this damn thing?
Underside armor, where? Damn. Let's see here.
There we go. Fucking las cannon.
Air brakes. Nard wingtips?
And wingtip.
What makes it a canard wingtip?
I don't know. It's, like the thing I'm just kind of debating on. I was going to get your opinion on that. Because, like, that's the thing. It's like the longer games like that. It's like I want to ask before I pitch that.
Well, I know with the Final Fantasy One remake, I originally thought it was just on PS5, which is why I hadn't pitched it at all, because I knew it was like, oh well, it's 3-player co-op, and I was like, oh man, we could probably do that and grab Kigu and be like, yes, but I was like, oh, but nobody else has the PS5, so it wouldn't matter. But if it's also on PC, that's a little different.
Yeah.
I don't think it's even that long, honestly.
No, I heard it's fairly short, like especially for like a Final Fantasy game.
Well, realistically speaking, Final Fantasy One isn't that long of a game in general. But then again, they also turned Final Fantasy 7 into like 10 times as long.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you pick up the ladder, it does a thing where it shows it all on the map for me as well. Apparently, you can get the ladder up here.
Yeah, they gave us like 3 ladders for this one.
Actually, not that surprising.
Okay, what do we got left now? Oh, Canard Winged Air Main Wing Heavy Bolter.
Oh, I just took down the one laser thing. Air brakes, canard. What is a canard?
That might be an actual aviation term because I'm not sure on that one.
Oh, this is the canard. Oh, here. So it's this one right here. Got it.
Okay, there's that.
Main wing lights. Main wing lights?
They're on the front. It's this one over here. I see it. All right, air brakes, rear armor, fuselage armor, side armor belts.
Got the side armor belt. The heck are the air brakes, though?
I'm not sure.
Rear armor.
Oh, there you are.
Right, air brake. So it's this one over here. I think. Yeah, okay, there it is. Come on. Where is it? So both of them are this. They're both in this general area right here.
Yeah, it's like in this bit right here.
All right, got the armor bit.
There we
Boom,
go.
finally. Holy crap.
Okay, yeah, that one took an hour and a half. God, you really see us doing like a lot of fucking detail work on this too, don't you? Jesus Christ, there.
Yeah. Yep, that was the last one. Jeez Louise.
Oh, okay, and that is finally going to end Power Wash Simulator for us.
Yep.
I was not
All right.
expecting that to take all of fucking. Oof.
Do you feel like ones that long realistically should have been like 4 to 6 players?
Yeah, like if we would have had like a group of people, like that wouldn't have been too much of a problem. But okay,
Yeah,
all
I feel
right,
like that one should have been 6 people.
okay, Pix. Where are we going tonight?
Where are we dropping? Who are we dropping on? I don't know. Let's see here. Oh, well, that one guy, Agent's playing Power Wash. That's
And actually, one of the other people we rated a while back, Witchy Wern, is also doing it.
we can raid them then. How do we spell their name again? Is it actually like Witch?
Oh, here I got it.
Oh, I see it there. Hold on.
Like it might just be up in your thing. So
Yep, there we go. All right, everyone, we're gonna send you off to more Power Wash. Which, oh boy, I wonder how far they are. Oh, they're doing the carousel one.
yeah, this is probably like a redo. But later, man, everybody.
Adios.